I request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward for the auspicious lighting of the lamp.
चतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने
Thank you, everyone. Every gathering like this is more than an event. It's a spark for new ideas, new connections, and new possibilities. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly an honor and a privilege to extend a warm welcome to each one of you on this dynamic campus of Sri Balaji University, Pune. The energy and enthusiasm on the that fills this auditorium today perfectly embody the spirit and value of our esteemed institution.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Hussain Attar from Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh, Senior Student Manager from Balaji Institute of Management and Human Resource Development, BIMHRD, specializing in finance. We are gathered here for a remarkable event that promises to inspire, enlighten, and engage us all. With the presence of our distinguished guest and eager participation of our student managers, today is certain to be a memorable milestone in our collective journey of learning and growth.
And I am Dia Malvia, hailing from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, a junior student manager at Balaji Institute of Management and Human Resource Development, BIMHRD, specializing in marketing. We both are honored to be your masters of ceremony for the day.
We are thrilled to extend a heartfelt welcome to our respected dignitaries on and off the dais, esteemed guests, respected faculty members, and all the fellow student managers gathered here today. Your presence adds immense value to this occasion.
It is with immense pleasure that I take this opportunity to highlight notable aspects of Sri Balaji University, Pune. Our engagements go far beyond simple interaction with corporate leaders. We undergo rigorous training, coaching, and mentorship from seasoned industry professionals. This holistic preparation empowers every student manager at Sri Balaji University to stand out in the corporate world, reflected in our remarkable placement record of 98%. The university's continued success is backed by robust process tailored to meet modern industry demands, a constantly updated curriculum, and unwavering commitment to comprehensive training and placement initiatives.
We are proud to announce that Sri Balaji University Pune has been ranked in NIRF ranking 2025 under the inspirational and transformative leadership of Chancellor Professor B. Paramanandan Balasubramanian. This recognition reinforces our dedication in shaping the careers of aspiring student managers. We are also pleased to announce that Sri Balaji University Pune has earned an outstanding rating in the prestigious Times B School Survey 2024, published on February 27, 2024. We take pride in sharing that SBUP is the number one university in Maharashtra and Western India. We hold the fourth rank among private universities in India. SBUP is ranked 9 among the top 100 B schools in India, excluding government institutions, and 12th position overall. In placements, SBUP excels by securing 13th position among all the B schools, including government institutions, and an impressive 7th rank among private B schools in India. Now, I would like to call Student Manager Sakshi Joshi, Vice President, Student Council, BIMHRD, for the welcome address.
Thank you so much, Hussein and Dia. A very good morning to our esteemed chief guests, industry leaders, respected faculty members, and student managers. I am Sakshi Joshi, serving as Vice President, Student Council, BIMHRD. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all to the HR Conclave Adhisthan 2025. As we all are aware that we are here today to discuss a theme that is absolutely non-negotiable, shaping a sustainable, inclusive, technology-driven future of business. From our perspective, as the next generation leader, this theme is more than strategic. It is fundamental. We see sustainability as the only way to build enduring success. We believe inclusion is the innovation engine that unlocks the full potential of every workforce. And we embrace the technology as the tool that will transform HR into a data powered strategic partner. But while we champion technology, we must never forget the human in human resources. This is a day for dialogue, a day for networking, and a day for co creation. This conclave is a vital bridge between academia and industry. To our seasoned professionals, we are eager to hear your experience. Let us use this forum to co create a future of work that is not just efficient but also purpose driven and equitable for all of us. On behalf of entire student council, thank you all for this gracious present on this momentous day. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakshi. Now I would like to call Dr. G. Gopalakrishnan, Director BMHRD, to address the gathering.
Good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, faculties, and my dear student friends. It gives me an immense pleasure and pride to welcome you all to our National HR Conclave Adhisthan 2025. Over the year, this conclave has become a platform where bright minds, leaders, and expertise comes together and exchange their ideas and set a new direction for, for the world of work. This year, the theme Shaping a Sustainable, Inclusive, Technology Driven Future of Business reflects the challenges and opportunities that lie before us. In today's rapidly changing world, we are not only looking at business growth, but also at building organizations that care for the environment, value diversity, and use of technology to empower the people. The role of HR has never been more critical than it's today. As we talk about sustainability, it is the HR that nurtures the culture of responsibility. When we discuss inclusivity, it is the HR that ensures the equal opportunities and respect for all. And when we look technology, it's HR that perhaps the workforce to adapt, learn, and thrive the digital future. I'm delighted that today we hear from distinguished speakers and panelists who brings with them years of wisdom and real world experiences. Their thoughts will help our students to understand that both theory and practical experiences are equally important to excel their careers. Also, I want to appreciate the effort of our students, faculties, and organizing team who have worked with a great dedication to make this conclave possible. Once again, I welcome you all, Adhisthan 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. G.K. Shirude to address the gathering.
Suprabhatam. Good morning. So nice of you. With the divine blessings of the founder of Sri Balaji Society as well as the four management institutes under the umbrella of SBS, our beloved, the founder chancellor of the university, Professor Dr. Karnale Balasubramaniam sir, the present very dynamic visionary chancellor of the SBUP, Professor Paramanandan Balasubramaniam, with a very in-depth respect and love, we call him as Professor Anand. All the directors, deputy directors, heads, faculties, and the young, inspiring, aspiring, igniting student managers. Very nice to see you, all of you, that you are the student of SBUP, respecting the 3D. May I write? May I write? Okay. This is morning, not the evening. The strength of Sri Balaji University of Pune is 3D. And the strength of the nation like India is 2D. What I mean by 2D, the first is democracy, which is the biggest strength of our nation. And the second D, that is related with a demographic dividend. Whenever I say that the demographic dividend, I mean the young India, which is the future of developed India 2047. That is Vikasit Bharat 2047. And whenever I say that the young India means around about 20 crores of total Indian population, which comes under the age group of 18 to 26. And you all are in this particular age group. And therefore, it is everything in your hand that how the nation is going to be developed. This is one aspect. Second aspect that is related with you all are, and I am up to some extent, a technoference sector where technology and human factor works in collaboration. And whenever I use the word technoference, it is not the interference, rather, it is the technology which gives us the maximum advantages to save the time, but at the same time, it is also limiting our ability to think, create, coordinate, and at the same time, a futuristic critical analysis. And therefore, though AI is a very macro umbrella, and under the AI, number of tools for which you are accustomed with, Chat Gemini, Chat GPT, Gemini, Cloud, prompt engineering, and now agentic AI. Considering all these particular aspects, please remember one thing which is never going to be a loss, and that is humanness. And therefore, human plays a very crucial role in each and every aspect. And whenever I use the word human, it is the brain behind all the technological developments. And therefore, human plus technology, that is computer technology, if collaborates each other, then certainly India will achieve the dream of Vikasit Bharat. Today we are having an extremely respectable, a lovable personality, Praveen Bhamre ji. Praveen Bhamre ji represents Tata Consultancy Services and at the position of Global Delivery Head, Enterprise Solutions Unit, Manufacturing. See, the God is also very great. The name is Praveen as well as Bhamre. Meaning of Praveen means those who are experts in their domain areas. Those who are having Pravinya, that is a Sanskrit word, they are Praveen. So, sir, you are having a gift given by this particular God and you have proved it by your position today. And the word Bhamre that is related with, he is a global. Global means जो भ्रमंती करता है पूरी दुनिया में, वो global होता है. And therefore, that global delivery is also related with your surname, and that is Bhamre. So, Praveen ji, a very warm welcome. And I am very proud feeling, extremely happy that we belongs to one and the same region. And he has visited my village also 30 years back. May I right, sir? When he remembers bullock cart and how it was difficult in those days. But still, a flag always flies if you are having knowledge, along with skills, along with wisdom. So all three comes together with the word Praveen. So Praveen ji, very warm welcome and be with us. He met Balasar in 2018. Okay? And that is also a very happy moment for me that you had a dialogue with Balasar. So once again, a very warm welcome. And my message to all my student managers. Today, that is a Saturday, previously the tagline of Sri Balaji University, no holiday concept, 365 days working. Now you people are very, very lucky, very comfortable. Number of holidays. But Saturday is the festival of knowledge. And therefore, enjoy this festival by igniting your mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, On behalf of Sri Balaji University Pune, we would like to express our gratitude by inviting Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. G.K. Shirude to express a bouquet as a token of appreciation to Mr. Praveen Bhamre.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Junior Student Manager Pranya Raj to come forward and introduce our renowned guest speaker, Mr. Praveen Bhamre, sir, Global Delivery Leader, TCS.
Thank you, Hussain and Dia. Good morning to one and all present here. I am Pranya Raj from Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, from Balaji Institute of Management and Human Resource Development, BIMHRD, specializing in personal management and human resource development. Today, we are truly privileged to host distinguished leaders who have made significant contributions to their respective fields. Each of them brings a unique perspective and wealth of experience that I believe will be immensely valuable for all of us. It is my honor to introduce Mr. Praveen Bhamre, Global Delivery Head for Enterprise Solutions at Tata Consultancy Services. With an impressive career spanning over 28 years, Mr. Bhamre has established himself as a formidable leader in the global engineering landscape. His expertise spans diverse sectors including oil and gas, utilities, and manufacturing. His leadership has resulted in remarkable success stories of optimized cost, enhanced efficiency, and superior quality for clients worldwide. As an esteemed industry advisory board member for premier institutions like COEP and VIIT, he plays a pivotal role in bridging the gap between industry and academia. His dedication to shaping the next generation of professionals underscores his belief in the power of education and mentorship. Let us extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Praveen Bhamre. Sir, we now have the pleasure to welcoming you to the podium.
Good morning. That's not Balaji energy. Let's try once again. Good morning. Yeah, this is what reminds me of me coming here and interacting with your seniors in 2018. So thank you, sir, for having opportunity to be here to participate in Adhisthan, HR Conclave. Appreciate the opportunity. Very happy to be here. I received a call from our academic interface program lead saying that Praveen, Sri Balaji Institute wants someone to represent in HR Conclave. And then I asked him a question, why are you asking me? I'm a delivery leader. So his answer was, well, you are a delivery leader, you are a born people manager. In last 29 years, I have worked across various industries. I would have worked with thousands of my colleagues, hundreds of my customer stakeholders. I have lost the count. Hundreds of different nationalities with whom I got an opportunity to interact, work with them. And even our CHRO, he was never calling me a engineer or a engineering person. He was always calling me as a people manager. So the gap between the industry leaders and the HR leaders is reducing. Even our CHRO has spent significant number of decades. Am I audible? Okay. So even our CHRO, Milind Lakkad, who just retired last month end, has spent significant number of decades in business as a business leader. And last almost close to a decade, he was our CHRO. So when you are performing your roles, irrespective of your background, your connect with people is very important. Even in today's world of technology, I am a technocrat. Basically, I am a mechanical engineer. Started my career into manufacturing plants. I was on a shop floor for first decade. I did all the hard work that was required. And I had no shame in dirtying my hands, dirtying my clothes. If any one of you is thinking that you are doing your MBA and you will be manager on day one and you will just ask someone else to do the work and they will do it for you, then you are in very wrong perception. You cannot force your teams to work with your designation or with your role. You can only inspire in today's world. Rather, not only today's world, that has been my experience for last 3 decades. So it's very important whichever industry you join, you need to get the contextual knowledge about that industry. Without contextual knowledge, I have not seen any leader succeeding into their journey, professional journey. So in these 3 decades, I have roamed around the globe. I had opportunity to work across various different types of industry. And I'm not sure how many of you are aware of what is enterprise solutions? Anyone aware? Raise the hands, say yes or no. Are you guys aware of enterprise solutions? Yes. No. Okay. So any industry, those who do not know, which is selling product or services for their customers, needs to have the enterprise applications landscape. There are various functions, right? You might have marketing guys in the room. You might have procurement guys or materials management or operations guys in the room. Typically in manufacturing, what we do, we purchase raw materials, we process them, create finished product and sell it to our customer. That's a very simple life cycle of any manufacturing industry. It is not that simple the way I am telling you. Each of the function has complexities and they all have to work together. And while they work together as an integrated collaborative way, that is where the enterprise resource planning ERPs come in a place. So you cannot have each of the function working in isolation. For example, marketing guys are doing excellent job in the market, bringing in thousands of orders for the company, and you are not able to process those orders in terms of manufacturing or buying or selling them. Will it help? You may get orders in first quarter, second quarter. What happens if those orders are not delivered? Will you get next order? Will you be in business? No, right? So it's very important when the order is placed by your customer or whenever marketing guys are marketing and helping get orders placed, then you need to have an integrated system, and that integrated system is called as ERP. My ERP journey started in 1998. I was lucky and fortunate to get an opportunity to work into SAP in 1998. So while I got an opportunity in 1998, that was the time the consulting company, which was our consulting partner, they offered me saying that, come Praveen and join us. What are you doing here in a polluted town called Vapi? Why don't you join us? You will see a globe. And that time I was very clear. I do not want to leave India. I did engineering for my country. I want to make an impact, contribute, play a small role in the development of my country. 1998 is the first time the company where I worked as an first engineer of the company, we set up our manufacturing plant in US, and the promoters of company, based on whatever contribution, impact, dedication I was doing, they offered me to send it to UK on my green card. And I said, no, I am not going anywhere. Unfortunately, it was written probably here that I have to roam around the globe, travel across various continents like Japan, Australia, APAC, Europe, US, Mexico. I have lost count of the countries I have visited. So I did not accept that offer. But after joining TCS, while first 3 years I was in Gandhinagar, they insisted me to start traveling, and that is when I ended up spending 3 years in Australia. When I had opportunity to settle in Australia, I preferred to come back, and I don't regret that decision. So throughout this journey, the real success, the mantra that helped me grow in all my roles that I have played, right from maintenance engineer to engineering executive to the Six Sigma black belt to the SAP consultant for plant maintenance, materials management, SRM, CS, and whatnot, to the current role of global delivery head, was connect with the people. God has gifted me establishing that connect in all the roles, and that connection has helped me ensure I learn sitting with the people, I get the work done, I helped my customer get the value delivered, I ensured I am adding value to the organization with whichever I have worked on. Coming back to today's topic of theme of your Adhisthan, which is HR Conclave, sustainability is the critical element of every business, whichever industries you join. There have been number of initiatives we are driving on sustainability front for TCS as an organization for ourselves. Sustainability is not only about impacting the environment positively or net zero. It is about the culture that we set in the organization, the mindset that we set for the organization. We will become carbon neutral. Most of our campuses will be carbon neutral by 2030. Here we have 50-acre campus in Pune. We have not only solar panels, but the power that we are purchasing is a green power. We pay premium to ensure our carbon footprint is improved. So what is the role of enterprise solutions in sustainability? For all our customers which are into various domains, be it manufacturing, be it energy resource which are generating most of the carbon, or life sciences or banking or IT or any industry, for our customers, we have developed number of solutions which will help not only measure the current footprint of a carbon or impact on the environment, but it is also helping our customers in terms of what actions to be taken to improve the footprint. We have made significant impact in our customers' business. This is a need across the globe on sustainability front. Very simple steps. Then you must be thinking, what as a HR leader will have to do, right? As a HR leader, one of the most important parameter for HR is to ensure all your teams are working together. You drive various employee engagement initiatives, the way we do at TCS. We have number of HR initiatives for team building, like we call it Purpose for Life, wherein all our employees are coming together and contributing towards various CSR activities, various activities related to environment, and we have a strong budget for driving these initiatives. So it is serving two purposes. One, it's a team engagement activity, and at the same time we are impacting the environment positively. As a future leader, you need to ensure that you equally start contributing from now towards these initiatives. Those initiatives could be very small in nature. Maybe a plantation drive at whichever place you want to drive, or watering drives, right? Or cleaning drives, right? So there are a lot of initiatives that we are driving at TCS, and most of the industries are driving, but we are leading with this initiative. In terms of technological usage, there are number of tools available in the market which can help you measure your carbon footprint. It can also help you come up with various solutions on how to improve your carbon footprint. So these are things that will help. As an HR, as an technology consultant, consulting organization, at TCS, most of our, as of now, you might be thinking that HR is only about driving the HR, drafting the HR policies, maintaining the governance. If you are thinking that HR is a support role, then you are in very traditional world. Nowadays, HR function is more integrated with business. The way we are structured at TCS, every unit has a HR business partner, and those business partners are working with HR business teams. They are working shoulder to shoulder. They are helping improve the efficiencies of all the team members. In technological companies, it is very important as technology is rapidly changing. We need to ensure each of our employee, we are 600,000 plus spread across globe. Each of our employee is upgrading themselves in line with whatever latest stuff is coming into the market. When I joined TCS, we were thinking that SAP is the best ERP and nothing can beat it. I have started my SAP journey with R2 and R3 days. If I look at what it was those days versus now, there is a huge change. We have moved from R2 to R3 to SAP 4.7 to ECC 6 to S4 HANA. We need to ensure our workforce is continuously engaged in terms of learning the new technologies. And that is where our HR business partner, our HR teams, in terms of talent development, are leveraging the technology. We have 15 different learning platforms which are used to keep our workforce upskilled. We are the only company in our landscape or in our, as compared to our competition, wherein we have been always cross-skilling, upskilling our employees and taking them to the next level rather than only recruiting the available talent in the market. Gone are the days where recruitment cycle was taking 90 days or 120 days. Nowadays, with all these technological tools, the recruitment has to happen within a week. The offer has to be rolled out on the same day if we have to stay relevant. The growth of the company is, for companies like us, we do not have any raw material. Our raw material is talent. So we don't consider our employees as employees, they are our asset. The way manufacturing companies are taking care of their asset, we need to ensure we take care of our employees just like an asset. We need to ensure they are productive, we need to ensure they are efficient, we need to ensure they are upgraded in line with what is needed for our customers. So these are the few things I wanted to cover. Considering we started pretty late, I would, in case you have any more questions, I would be more than happy to take those questions. With this, I open this forum for questions.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your knowledge. It was such an valuable and insightful session. The stage is now open for questions.
No questions? Yes.
A very warm welcome and good morning to you, sir. This is Dr. Dipali Purekar from BIMHRD, and wanted to know your thoughts. I've been discussing this particular thought with my Harvard mentors as well, and they've been contemplating on how to get this on board. So probably your thoughts are also welcomed on this. We in India always say that employees are assets, but we mention on the salary slip they're the cost to the company, CTC. So can we, start a little change in India wherein the salary slip starts ATC, that is asset to the company, instead of cost to the company? Can you share your valuable thoughts?
Very good question. Thank you for that. Employees, on one side, we say they are our assets. And how many of your finance consultants are planning to, are MBA finance students here? Good numbers. Okay. So you have in your balance, there is something called as profit and loss statement and balance sheet, right? Where does asset belong to? And where is your cost coming to? Profit and loss sheet. Then her question is, why is it appearing in both, right? Okay, so it is all about the nomenclature of calling it cost to company. If you look it from finance lens, and as I said, when you are running any asset or maintaining any asset, you need some cost in terms of maintaining that asset, right? This is my view. To be able to keep that asset productive, that asset will consume certain energy. That asset, in order to be able to produce some outcome, because I come with solid manufacturing background, unless until you help that asset with some input cost, you will not be able to convert it into a finished product, right? So whenever your employees are definitely asset, they sit into balance sheet, no questions on that. Coming back to cost to company is not that asset. Cost to company is the cost of the raw materials which are needed. Cost to company is cost of the power which is needed to make that asset productive. Cost to company is the labor that you need to make that asset productive. That is cost to company. I believe I have tried to attempt in terms of manufacturing words. So that's why it is into two different places, and that's how it needs to be. Whether you change the name, you can call it as a rewards or whatever, no. But then there are different types of assets into industry as well. And as a HR, you need to identify those. Some assets are appreciating over a period of time, and some assets are depreciating. And there is a process of refurbishment. And that's why it is very important. The role of HR is very important in terms of ensuring we maintain those assets in a good health. Ensuring those assets are delivering the same level of productivity, right? And that's where we drive all employee engagement initiatives. That's why we drive all employee or talent development activities so that the productivity of every asset is improved. That would be my take on it. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Hello. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Pratham Gupta and I am from BIMHRD. As you are the global delivery leader, so how do you maintain the employee engagement with the global and the hybrid workforce?
Good question. So this concept of hybrid came in after COVID, rather after pandemic, right? So I strongly believe while with this generation, we need to have a hybrid work culture. But in earlier days, it was very easy to drive talent engagement. You can sit down. So since beginning of my career, I got good mentors in my life and I had enough opportunities to learn from them in front of the talent engagement activities. There are many. Since yesterday, I have seen quite few of you have started visiting my profile. Some of you might have read my post on talent engagements, which I have recently started posting more frequently. Earlier also my wall is full of posts, but not that frequently. And the reason behind that is since last couple of months I have taken additional responsibility of a TCS brand advocate. So as a part of that responsibility and accountability, have started writing with help of the technology that is ChatGPT is helping me out draft wonderful post with multiple options. So the initiatives that currently I am driving are very simple initiatives. The one which I started almost a decade ago was just a walk with Praveen. I'm not sure how many of you have visited my post and read that article. So we have a wonderful 50-acre campus in Pune. If I take a round, it is 2 kilometers. And if I have a luxury walk with one of my team member, it takes around 30 minutes. So instead of sitting in a room, conference room, which is closed, or a meeting room, or my cabin, which is closed, I prefer going on a walk with my team members, whoever wants to discuss anything with me. The reason why outside the room, when you are in a place, your thoughts are closed, just like a room. A lot of times, the barriers of chair and table in between are not helping open up and come to a real problem. So during these walks, a lot of my team members are not talking only about their aspirations. They are not only talking about or asking me about what next. They are also sharing the challenges they are facing and how to overcome. Some of them are asking questions about my journey of last 3 decades. How did I end up getting into IT as a mechanical engineer? How did I move from lecturership in 1996 to 1998 to a pesticide manufacturing plant, from pesticide manufacturing plant to printing ink manufacturing, becoming a ink technologist, innovating a equipment which has saved millions of rupees for the company because of the defects that were raised by the customers and the millions of claims that were raised every winter or every change of the season. How did I move from printing ink manufacturing to AC manufacturing and what value I could add? And from AC manufacturing back into IT, working for customers into oil and gas, visiting rigs in deep sea, to working for customers in utilities sector. Even in India nowadays, we see the electrician used to come home, take the meter reading, and send the electricity bill, which was manually calculated, right? From there to how it happens across globe, how it was happening across globe 13 years back, how the technology is used to get everything automated without electrician coming and visiting your home. Have you guys seen smart electric meters? Why in today's world, in remote places of India, the electricity is going down? Why are we having scarcity of a power in one part of the country and we have available it in majority of the metros? Why this imbalance is happening? Any thoughts? And that's where these smart meters were developed. Countries outside India, they charge their customers based on what time you consume the electricity of the day. If you consume it during off-peak hours, you will be charged less. If you consume it in the peak hours, you will be charged more. What it means? If you are in real need of the electricity, then only you will consume it into peak hours. How it helps the electricity distribution companies, or how it helps in terms of smart meters? It helps balance the load of the electricity demand into various areas. And this is not applicable only into electricity. Same thing is applied in Singapore for the traffic. Right? There, your toll charges are increasing if you travel into a peak time. If you travel through those areas during non-peak hours, your toll charges are less. We are far away from all these advancements which are happening across globe. We are slowly getting there, but we are still far away. So coming back to engagement activities, this was one of the initiative. Second initiative I do is I will not call myself a fitness freak, but I am a person who is little sensitive towards the fitness. So TCS has started initiative called Fit for Life. So this is very creative initiative that our chairman has started when he was CEO of TCS. So why I'm calling it creative is because Fit for Life is all about doing activity related to fitness, right? I'm a long distance runner. I have done dozen plus half marathons. Last month I did one. This month I'm going to Delhi to run another one. Next month I'll be here in Pune. And I have planned like this till January. So another team engagement activities is all the like-minded guys who are caring for fitness are joining me for run practices, strength training sessions, and they are running with me in various marathons. That's the time when you are on road for hours. If you are running half marathon, you are there at least for 2.5 hours together. That is the time you can catch up, you can build good relationships and take it to the next level. So coming back to the fitness Fit for Life initiative. So what we do, we log all the kilometers into the system. We have built an application to track who has logged how many hours. We have gamified this activity. Various branches are competing based on which branch is leading. And end of the year, whatever is count of number of kilometers or number of hours of fitness activity, whatever that count comes at the end of the year, our organization is donating with some multiplication factor the equivalent amount to various NGOs. So you are not taking care of your own fitness, but you are actually helping society by maintaining your health. And that's why this is one of the great initiative that our founder has started. Not founder, our Tata Group chairman has started long back. So this is another initiative. We have like this Purpose for Life. We have various team engagement activities like birthday celebrations like others do, and potluck and whatnot. There are so many activities that we drive. I hope I answered your question, right? Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Sir, this side. Sir, at your left. Right,
Okay.
sorry. Good morning, sir. My name is Sanjana Sate, Senior Student Manager, pursuing my MBA in PM in HRD. So my question to you is, sir, a few minutes ago you correctly mentioned that HR is something that is way beyond traditional right now. So was there any situation in your organization? Did you come across any situation while shifting from traditional to technical HR? Because employees resist change within an organization. Making change is not easy. So, sir, how did you overcome the situation?
Your question is HR
So while shifting from traditional HR to technical HR,
from traditional HR to technical HR.
yes, sir.
How many of you are doing your MBA in HR? How many of you are having non-engineering background? That answers, right? Most of them are already technical.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so coming technology nowadays is so easily accessible. How many of you are using any of the at least one AI tool? Almost everyone, right? ChatGPT. So if I look at the HR leader, when I started my journey in 1996, 97, our HR was full of papers. Our HRs were doing all manual activities, and I still remember every day, the moment I used to reach the office, the HR guy used to bring the printout of who were present yesterday, and he needed my signature on that paper to authorize the attendance of those employees working with me. This was somewhere in 97, 98. Today, now every employee has an application in the mobile. Everyone is logging their timesheet on the mobile, and there is no HR role in the whole attendance process. If you are doing your MBA in HR, during these 2 years, and even after these 2 years, once you enter into industry, as a part of enterprise and solutions unit, you can talk about any HR function, right from recruitment, talent development, to payroll processing, to compensation management, to whatever you can imagine 10, 12 functions that HR is executing. You have so many HR products available, and whichever company you are joining, they must be using it. So awareness about all these products is must, and that is why it is very important that each one of you is doing internship before you finish your MBA. And I'm sure, sir, you have already internship part of your curriculum, right? Anyone here who has not done their internship, who are in second year? 8? I don't think, right? So it's very important. So the day your induction starts, you will have all the technological induction of the complete landscape. But you cannot be happy with what you have been trained for. As an HR future leader of the organization, you need to ensure and challenge your existing processes. You need to be hungry enough to make an impact on the organization's top line or bottom line by having critical thinking. How can you make life easy for your employees? How can you help your marketing sales teams? By deploying the processes which will help improve their productivity. How can you keep yourself updated on everyone currently talking about AI, Gen AI, Agentic AI, and very soon you will hear few more new words tagged to AI. So while technology is developing, it will not make you irrelevant if you adopt it. If you have to stay relevant, you need to continuously keep learning. And in today's digital world, the access to knowledge is on your fingertips, right? As I mentioned sometime back, we have 15 different learning platforms. We'll have thousands of HR practitioners serving across globe with compliances of respective countries. Everything happens on time. 600,000 employees, 180 plus different countries, payroll, legal, compliances, Everything happens on time without any error. Just imagine the activity of working on change in the compensation because of annual increments for 600,000 employees. Can someone do it manually? Can you trust the technology 100%? And that is why humans are needed to validate, right? So once you get into industry or during your internship, you will be brought to that level of technological awareness. All our HRs have completed their E0 into AI, Gen AI. All 600,000, most of the 600,000 plus employees, irrespective of which roles they are playing, we have ensured they are trained in Gen AI. And this has been happening for all the new trends in technology that are coming every year. And we'll have to continue doing that. So what is needed to ensure you catch up and stay relevant is openness, the attitude of continuous learning. These things are very important if you want to stay relevant. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Due to the paucity of time, we'll take this as the last question. Thank you so much, sir. To express our heartfelt appreciation, I would now like to invite Dr. G. Gopala Krishna. I would now like to invite Dr. Shirude sir to felicitate Mr. Praveen Bhamre.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello.
Now, with immense pleasure, I would like to call Mr. Sunil Nayak, Vice President HR, DHL, on the stage.
Dr. Mayank, faculty Dr. Mayank. On behalf of Sri Balaji University Pune, we would like to express our gratitude by inviting Dr. Mayank to present a bouquet as a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest.
Now, I would like to call Junior Student Manager Pranna Raj to come forward and introduce our renowned guest speaker, Mr. Sunil Naik.
Thank you, Dia and Hussain. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Sunil Nayak, Vice President, HR for India and South Asia at DHL Global Forwarding. Mr. Nayak is not just an HR leader, but an ICF accredited coach and a true people explorer. His journey is a testament to the power of curiosity and courage. At DHL, a global logistics titan connecting over 220 countries and territories, Mr. Nayak has gone beyond traditional HR roles to become a cultural architect. He has been instrumental in building strong, cohesive teams and crafting people centric policies that have cemented DHL's status as a certified great place to work. Beyond the corporate world, Mr. Nayak extends his passion for people development as a dedicated certified career coach, guiding professionals one on one and collecting inspiring stories of human achievement. Let us give a tremendous round of applause for Mr. Sunil Nayak. Sir, the stage is all yours.
So I had a presentation that was on. And would I have a speaker that's available? Is it working? What do I click to move it? Yes. Do I see it somewhere? All right. Good morning, everybody. It's a Saturday, and I think you're sitting here from around 9 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. So good luck and have a great rest of the day as well. You know, you normally come in on a Saturday to a session like this, and I'm pleasantly surprised to see so many students. So you're here for either of. I need to press this or this? Both next and previous. Okay. So I was saying you need to be here predominantly because of two things. One, you've been asked to come here, or the second is that you're saying that, okay, I'm going to learn a lot by coming here. I'm not going to ask you which one that you're here for. I'm hoping that I'll be able to help you to get some information that would be of use to you in the future as well. Yeah? I think I have 45 minutes, so it's around 10:30. I have time till roughly around 11:15. So what I'll do is I'll take around 30 minutes. I'll take you through a little bit about the topic that has been provided to me, and then we'll spend another 15 minutes for Q&A. Does that work? Excellent. So my name is Sunil Nayak. I work with DHL Global Forwarding. I've been working for the organization for longer than I care to remember. I think I would have joined in around 14 to 15 years back. At that point of time when I joined DHL, I always wondered what kept people here. Now I've suddenly realized that I have become that person. You know, I've been here for so long. The only way that I can go ahead and talk about myself is I'm like wine. I grow better or more mature with age. The others tell me that I'm like furniture. Once I'm in, I'm stuck. So I hope, like I was telling you about the other two options, I hope that you look at me as good, fine wine that becomes better and better with age. I was just hearing Mr. Bhamare talk a little bit about engagement and what they do. Do you remember the number of employees that they said TCS has? 600,000. That's a huge, huge number. We are far short, smaller than that here in India. DHL Global Forwarding has around close to 1,000 odd people working here, or team members that work here. Across the world, we are around 600,000 if you look at DHL as a group. So what I'll do is I'm a foodie. and a movie buff. So I'll try and sort of weave a story around. And if you ask me for any examples, most of my examples would be around food. So please forgive me for that. Because again, Mr. Bhamare spoke about fit for life. And he was speaking about running in marathons. He's doing a marathon every month or even less. So TCS is a sponsor for the Mumbai Marathon. Have any of you been a part of the Mumbai Marathon? So Mumbai Marathons have a full marathon, a half marathon, and something called a dream run. So I've done a half marathon in 3 years. I did a dream run in the first year. The dream run is only 6 kilometers. So you genuinely walk, you don't run. Okay, so you walk. And for any of you who are from Mumbai, there's a place called Leopold. Are you familiar with a cafe called Leopold? All right. So 6 kilometers is the dream run, and then you do an additional kilometer and you walk up to Leopold. So normally all the people in Leopold who come in have actually done either a full marathon or at least a half marathon, and then they celebrate with beer. We completed off the dream run and celebrated that with beer. But that made it 7 kilometers, 6 plus 1 kilometer off to Leopold. So 3 years, 21 kilometers, and 3 beers for one half marathon. I've stopped after that. I haven't done a full marathon as yet. Yeah. But I was a bit embarrassed. I think fitness is important, and being healthy and fit are a requirement for any leader. So please don't follow my advice for fitness. I don't think you need to either do the dream run or do a half marathon. Or drink a beer. Please do the half marathon and remain fit. It's important. Yeah. So having said that, I'll just give you a brief about what I'm going to cover for the next 30 odd minutes. Like I said, I'm a movie buff. So I'm sure you've seen a lot of movies. So if I tell you a traditional movie story, it typically is called, I'll give you an example of something called the hero's journey. So a hero's journey has a hero that is introduced at the front, talks a little bit about what challenges they go through. Then a protagonist or a villain comes into the picture, and then you try and see how the villain or the hero is able to go in and overcome the villain and overcome all the challenges, and then they end up being happily ever after. Yeah. So the way in which my slides are going to be similar. So who do you think the hero of my slides is going to be? Yeah, not me. DHL. Okay, so DHL is going to be the hero of the story. So what do you think is going to be the villain? No, competitors are, I don't give them that much of importance. So who could it be? So if you're talking about technology, then technology is the villain, right? So what's the biggest worry that all of you have at this point of time when we speak about AI and all those who are a part of BIMHRD? What do you feel about, do you think AI is going to take away a lot of your jobs? So mixed reactions, okay? So some of you think about what is it that AI is going to do with you. Yeah, what I want you to think of is what is AI going to do for you? So shift that role of a villain from somebody who is going to be there against you to somebody who's going to be there for you. So I'm going to give you some idea of where you can see AI helping us, not just in HR, but in a lot of the various processes or systems that we go ahead and take part in as far as DHL is concerned for logistics. Yeah, makes sense. And last, I'll give you some examples of where we have actually used it. Does that sound like a good plan? All right. Now, if you have any questions, please feel free to stop me during the presentation. You don't need to wait for the end of the presentation for you to ask the questions. My flow of thought is okay. I will be able to manage it. You might forget the question at the end. So please do go ahead and ask the question wherever you want to. So we'll follow a process where if you have a question, you put your hand up and then you ask a question. Is that okay? I'll need somebody here to help me out because if I have more than one person who's put a hand up, I don't want to go ahead and be the villain pointing to only one person. So maybe somebody can help me out to go ahead and. So that lady has kindly volunteered for herself. Thank you very much. Yeah. So is it okay? Shall we begin? Excellent. So now let me see if technology works in my favor. All right. So who's DHL? All of you would have seen DHL, worked a little bit in terms of or used some of our services. We are the leading logistics service provider for the world. So if you want to move anything from between any 2 points, point A to point B, could be a letter, it could be an envelope, it could be a large parcel, it could be a box, it could be a container. Anything and everything can be moved by DHL. Now, when you talk about a logistics player, it also involves warehousing, transportation, and so on and so forth. And all of that is serviced or managed by DHL. 90% of what you're wearing, what you're using, what we are actually utilizing here would have at some point of time been handled by DHL. And that's who we are. So we are an organization that's present in almost any country in the world. So do you know how many countries are there in the world? Yeah, that's a trick question, because every year there is some new country that is being formed. Yeah, so you will have some organization or country that is splitting up, you will have another country that's becoming a territory, etc. So if you look at countries and territories around the world, we have close to 200 now, and all those 200 countries we service or we are available in. Yeah. So we have been in existence for almost close to 300 years. And you all know of organizations that haven't lasted for so long. It's predominantly because we haven't changed with the times. I think a reason why we are there is because we have a larger purpose. We actually enable global trade. So just giving you an example, during COVID, most of the vaccines, movement of critical oxygen devices, movement of medical raw materials, etc., were all handled through an organization like ours, which is DHL. We also help in terms of increasing trade. So you're a small startup, you want to go ahead and start your business, but you don't know how to sell outside the small limited territory that you belong to. You reach out to an organization like DHL, and DHL allows you to go ahead and enhance global trade. So we've been doing that for the last close to 400 years now. And we are doing that in a very sustainable way. Do you know that how do you transport goods between countries? We said that we enable global trade. So when you're talking about enabling global trade, we move goods between countries either through air, through ocean, through rail or road. And when we do that, we actually burn a lot of fossil fuel. So we are actually contributing to carbon emissions. So we have taken a conscious decision to see how we can go ahead and bring down our carbon footprint. So we work with organizations that provide us sustainable aviation fuel. We look at greener ways of going ahead and managing our fuel requirements or energy requirements. We're looking at ensuring that we have all our offices are LEED certified. So when we talk about LEED certified, are we looking at efficient energy? Can we go ahead and utilize a space where I don't need so much of light? Can I use natural light? Can I switch off my ACs when required? Yeah, and so on and so forth. So a lot of things that we are doing that can help us to go ahead and bring down our carbon footprints. And we are doing that to ensure that we are net zero emission logistics by 2050. So that's the aim that we have as we go along. Some facts and figures. We are the world's largest logistics company. Like I said, almost 600,000 employees globally. We are a very diverse and multinational employee or team base. So we have got people from almost 180 odd countries working with us. So if you join an organization like DHL and you come to our offices, for example, in India, you have a Japanese, you have a Thai, you have a Lebanese, you have a German, all of us who work together. So it's a great opportunity for us to go ahead and interact and really get to know what a multinational organization is all about. Broadly, all our organizations have got two brands. So you will see DHL predominantly that you would have used here. And you will also see Deutsche Post. Deutsche Post is our postal services which are there in Europe. In India, we have got a very strong third brand. Do you know which brand that is? Yep, Blue Dart is also a subsidiary for DHL. And do you know why we haven't changed that brand? Typically, we would like to go ahead and merge it and call it DHL. But why do you think we haven't? It's a very strong brand. It's like how somebody loudly claimed Blue Dart, right? People are familiar with it. Do you know what the colors of DHL are? Yellow and red, right? And what are the colors for Blue Dart? Blue and green, right? We continue to keep it because it's such a strong brand and it's relatable to people here in India, and that's why we continue to retain it as a separate entity. But you will see a slow migration or a combination of both the brands that are coming in. So if you see the franchisee outlets, you will now see Blue Dart and DHL. We are one of the few logistics service providers that have a fleet. We have our own airlines. So we have around 7 or 8 planes that traverse the length and breadth of India. And you'll see on those planes as well, you'll see both Blue Dart and DHL branding that is there. We are a world-class brand that has world-class partners. Any of you football fans, people who enjoy the English Premier League? It's not the best of years for Manchester United, but yeah, but we are the sponsors for Manchester United. We continue to remain their partners. As a brand, we deliver logistics for them, right? Any Formula One fans? Formula One, almost all the races, we are sponsors for the entire movement of Formula One equipment. How easy or difficult do you think that is? What is the requirement of a service provider for Formula One? Of course, we need to be reliable, we need to deliver on time, and we need to deliver damage free. I think the other important aspect that you need to understand is that every week, once the Formula One season is on, they are moving from some country to another. So you have your practice on Friday, you have timings and your pole positions happening on Saturday and the race on Sunday. And immediately after that, the material needs to be packed and you move. So as DHL employees, we get to sometimes get passes to go in for the Formula One race. Do you expect to see the race at that point of time? Unfortunately, no. Because if you're a part of the logistics team, you're busy either packing or you're busy unpacking. So very rarely will you have time, but you can always sneak a peek into what happens behind the scenes. That's one of the biggest advantages that you could see, right? So you have the paddock and you have an opportunity to walk there, and if lucky, you will see one of the Formula One racers go by. Don't spend time taking photographs because you're busy packing or unpacking, like I said. Yeah. We connect not just sports, we also connect for music. Do you know one of the sponsors, or do you know one of the big bands that we sponsored recently? Yeah, Coldplay. So Coldplay was fabulous. We had an opportunity to go ahead and be a part of Coldplay. How do you see all of this helping us? Of course, it's a great branding opportunity, but why do you think somebody like Coldplay, Formula One, Manchester United, etc., want to connect with or partner with DHL as a logistics arm? Do they need our brand? Not really. They don't need our brand. They'll have a dozen logistics partners who are willing to partner with them. So why do you think they want to partner with us? Yeah, there's a lot of trust. There's a lot of reliability that we are able to provide. Coldplay, for example, is a very environment-friendly band. So they want to partner with a logistics service provider who can ensure that their movements are managed with the least amount of carbon emissions. So can I go ahead and provide them a service that will bring down the carbon footprint for them, then they are willing to go about doing it. So what's the one big thing about a Coldplay concert, in case any of you are able to see it, that differentiates them from many other concerts, other than of course the music, but in terms of the infrastructure, etc. Do you remember those white colored bands which light up? Now those are all recyclable, and those are all actually provided for by DHL. So one of the things that you do as a volunteer is to pick that up. And one of the things that we ensure that we talk to the volunteers is, please don't pick it up and take it home. You need to go ahead and deposit it back, right? But that's the way it is, right? So there's an opportunity for us to contribute back to the environment. So we are a world-class brand that has got world-class partners. Now, the topic that I'm supposed to talk about is in terms of innovation and technology. And I think that's at the heart of what we do. So whatever we do, whether it's to do with trade, whether it's to do with technology, we actually focus a lot on innovation. So there's always something different or new that we try and go ahead and introduce that allows us to go ahead and ensure that we are at the cutting edge of technology. So over the past 200 odd years, we have had something new that we have been able to introduce that has allowed us to go ahead and continue to either bring in or reduce time, ensure that we are able to manage cost, and we are able to reduce the effort. Of course, while keeping quality at the center of whatever we do. So in a nutshell, we connect people and markets and are an enabler of global trade. That's what we do in a nutshell, yeah? I belong to one particular entity of DHL called DHL Global Forwarding. We've got around 47,000 odd employees across the world, and we are the second largest in the world. So when you talk about any business, we try and see how big our revenues are and what's the kind of profitability that we do. So we're the second largest in the world. And this is our strategy for 2030. We're looking at ensuring that we continue to drive global trade. We are trying to ensure that we are able to continue to focus on the right markets and ensure that we are able to help in moving the best possible ways between any countries that you can think of. Coming to the specific topic that we've been covering, which is on automation, digitalization, etc. That's one of the trends or opportunities that we see that will help us to go ahead and build on our capabilities. So if you look at the 5 areas that we are working on, we've got global trade, e-commerce, climate change, digitalization, and the evolving workforce. I'll be focusing a little bit specifically on digitalization. So how do we do that? So if you have seen, when you talk about logistics, some of the areas that we work on includes process optimization. We are looking at things where there are repetitive tasks that can be automated. So if you see the 2 examples that have been provided there, we have something called an AI-powered voice bot. How do you think that helps us? So typically when you have a call that comes in, you've got your material that has been shipped. I need a human to give a call and say, hello, can you please tell me what's your airway bill number? Can you please tell me where you have shipped it from? And then I go ahead and provide you an update. We've got more than 16 million calls per year. If we automate it using an AI-powered voice bot, it brings it down or improves efficiency by more than 40%. So how does this help us? It improves efficiency, it brings down our costs, and we are able to provide a very sustained and equal kind of response to any organization across the world that is working with us. We have a lot more. Similarly, we have got loading and unloading robots. Have you heard of robotic process automation? Those are things that we have already put in place. We have got things like predictive maintenance. So we predict based on the kind of wear and tear an equipment goes through as to what is the kind of number of hours that are required for us to go ahead and ensure that we can bring down our requirements for maintenance. So we do predictive maintenance and we can get into an annual maintenance check earlier than if a equipment actually stops working. So a lot of opportunities like that we work with that ensures that we are able to bring in a lot of process efficiencies. It's a part of our strategy, so it's digital by default. So it's not something that we are doing because we see AI or technology that's coming in. It's a part of the entire process that we have put together. If you see some areas that we are working on, all of you have heard of ESG? So every aspect of ESG is now being connected through with technology. So where do you think cyber security is coming in? Which part of it, E, S or G?
So there are three options. So we have one section saying E, one section saying S, and one section saying G. Which one do you think is right? Yeah, governance, right? I think governance makes a lot of sense for us to go ahead and ensure that governance is managed. And we do that by ensuring that we are able to prevent fraud, prevent loss of data, etc., and that governance coming through cybersecurity. So we have a lot of technology that's coming in there. Yeah, you've got the architecture roadmaps, that kind of transportation management systems. So 600,000 employees, 190 different countries. At any given point of time, you will have more than 100,000 containers, almost close to 40 aircraft that are currently flying up in the air, that is managing or that is shipping business for DHL. So how many transactions do you think we are doing? Millions of transactions every day, right? And for those millions of transactions, you've got people for whom we need to provide information, ensure that they understand where the shipments are, and we do that through transport management systems that we are able to go ahead and sustain across the entire world. Of course, you also have other areas like process automation and AI that I already mentioned. And you also have robotics, physical movement of goods in our warehouses, in our depots, etc., that help us to go ahead and manage the whole process. So just an example, if I look at a typical landscape, yeah, so if you look at our facilities, you've got intelligent robots in our facilities. If you've got an aircraft that's moving around, I can manage it through smart route planning. If I look at a parcel or equipment, I've got real-time tracking, so you will have a system that is going ahead and tracking that. If there is feedback that is needed or somebody wants to know where the parcel is, we have got an AI-powered customer service voice bot. Then I have got planning and optimization, ensuring that I have the material and equipment in place. And last, in terms of our repetitive tasks or processes, if I can bring down the time through AI-powered customs process, for example, that allows me to go ahead and bring in more and more efficiency through AI. So just an example across the business. So while we are looking at specifically for HR, I just thought I'll introduce you to the fact that AI is used not just in HR or in people, but across all our systems as well. So some trends that I thought would make sense for you to know about, which you should go ahead and look out for. We've got advanced analytics, so I'm sure a lot of you are taking data analytics as a topic. Maybe it's an elective that you have. I think AI in analytics is taking over that. So just being somebody who is understanding or getting to know of one technology is not enough. You have AI that's already coming into analytics, and that's going to take care of a lot of actionable insights and predictions. So a heads up to all of you, be into that, because that's an area that you will have to look out for. Generative AI, Gen AI. I think Mr. Bhamare also spoke about Gen AI. We spoke about, do you use any of your Gen AI tools? Do you know that professors have another Gen AI tool which allows you to understand whether any of the reports that you have provided, has it been picked up from a Gen AI tool or not? There's now a Gen AI tool for that. Yeah. So interestingly, everything is developing, right? We have something called an innovation center, and in an innovation center, we have got cutting edge technology that is experimented with, that we are allowed to go ahead and see. We had an opportunity to go ahead and see a Gen AI tool in action, where not only was data all crunched together, which normally would take us around maybe close to 2 days or 2-man days to go ahead and complete, that got finished off in 11 minutes. Right? So that's the kind of operational efficiency that they are bringing in, that allows team members to have more time to have customer interface, right? To connect with customers, to connect with the network and understand whatever is needed. Yeah. AI ethics, I think that's a big space that we are looking at, trying to see how we are able to ensure that biases don't crop in. Yeah, ensuring that we are able to manage whatever our expectations are. Computer vision, assuming you are in a warehouse and you don't know what a particular tool needs to be used for, computer vision glasses allow us to go ahead and give them a quick 10-minute training, make them familiar with whatever is required. Health and safety in a warehouse is very, very important. So how do I ensure that I follow all rules? I have the moment I look at a particular QR code, automatically I have a small training program that I can go through, which is maybe just for 2 to 3 minutes, that allows me to ensure that I am more equipped to handle health and safety in that warehouse. Last but not the least, audio AI. So what do you think audio AI is? So a lot of audio that comes in, can I go ahead and synthesize audio? And can I allow that to go ahead and look at process improvement, which is very, very close to human anatomy? Have you got into calls where you have somebody who says good morning, and then by the time you have responded, it uses your name to go ahead and then respond once again? You know, you will see these kind of, this is a transition between Gen AI and agentic AI. You know, so slowly you are moving towards agentic AI. Now, all of this is pretty scary. You know, you have got people who have been working in the organization for last 20 years who are thinking, my God, all of this is going to take away a lot of our roles, etc. So what we have is something called a logistics trend radar. Please do go on to the web page. If you just go on to Google and type in DHL logistics trend radar, it will give you this particular page, which allows you an opportunity to look at what are the new trends that are coming in. So what's technology coming in? How is it going to impact society? What are the areas that you need to work on, etc. And the scale that they provide, the closer it is to the central dot, the more relevant it is. The further away it is from the central dot, the more far-fetched it is. Now the time scale that we have on the distance is only 5 years. So, you know, I remember 5 years back they spoke about AI, and we had AI, you know, very far away on towards the right of the circle. And now it's something that we use on a day-to-day basis. So I think the transition towards the central dot is going to be fast, but all these trends are what we are noticing. So we are noticing a lot of technology, a lot of societal trends that could potentially help us to go ahead and get better in the future. So what are we doing in DHL? You know, when we talk about Gen AI, so this is what we have been doing, right? So a lot of the manual tactical tasks, we are trying to go ahead and automate. A lot of rule-based automation that we can put into place, we are looking at doing that. And last that we are looking at is also personalized automation. Is there a way in which we can do personalized automation? So we are somewhere in the middle right now. So we are in rule-based automation and we aspire to be at personalized automation. So we are in work in progress. We are not as fast as tech companies like TCS. So we are still taking time. We are slowly moving into this space, but we are not aware of or we are not against it. This is something that we are definitely looking at driving or moving on. So how do we choose? We choose to ensure that we can do something that will enhance employee experience, but also bring in efficiencies. So if we can match this, not by impacting people in a very difficult way, then we are looking at choosing to prioritize those AI-based technologies. So personalize whatever we can, automate so that we can bring in more efficiencies, and simplify whatever can be simplified. So these are our 3 ticks. So do you think by doing this we can personalize it? Then we need to pick it up. Do you think we can go ahead and bring in efficiencies? Then we automate. And if you think that it will allow us to simplify, then we simplify. This is the rule that we use to ensure that we are able to bring in AI into our processes. So some areas, I think the central circle is very important for us right now, and that's where we are bringing, or we are trying to do as much as possible, increasing awareness. How do I demystify and de-scare people of AI and technology? Right now there's a lot of uncertainty and fear, right? So how do I take it away? You know, I don't know if, I'm sure none of you were alive when Y2K happened. Y2K was in 2000, where the entire world said all our computer systems are going to crash, because the system doesn't know how to handle, you know, after 1999. So 2000 is a new number and every system will crash. It didn't happen. Everything worked properly. The world continued as normal. Then people said that with the advent of smartphones, things are going to change. You're going to have a lot of job losses, etc. It didn't happen. We continued on. And I think Gen AI and AI is similar. You know, I think that's another area where it's going to happen. We're going to go ahead and embrace it and move ahead. Nothing much is going to happen. But it's important for us to increase the awareness. If we are able to build in awareness, then that will allow us to go ahead and continue to build, you know, technology that can be absorbed. So some guiding principles. see if there is a problem that needs to be solved and only then implement for that. In case I can't build it on my own, then I buy it, I scale up, ensuring that I'm able to use whatever is required from an expectation standpoint, and look at everything as something that can assist humans, not replace humans. So I think that's what we're looking at. So if there is an opportunity for us to reskill, we will, but ensure that there is human assistance and not just replace with automation. So some learning resources that we have that we continue to use. So increasing awareness, getting people to understand how to use ChatGPT. We don't run away from ChatGPT. I don't think we need to go ahead and say ChatGPT is bad, but we need to know how to use it appropriately. What are the prompts that you use? How are you going ahead and helping it to increase your efficiencies? And how do you take value out of it? And we are using this by ensuring that we have programs called Gen AI for everyone. We have got for intermediate users and for leaders so that they can use it. Learning at your own pace through online programs, offline sessions that we do. And we even have our own internal communities for AI. So I could have a warehouse clerk who's joining in. I could have a marketing person who's joining in. I would have a sales team member who's joining in, an HR person who joins in. And we have our own community that helps us to go ahead and understand how to use AI for our benefit. So what are we doing? For example, we have our own ChatGPT. So I don't use an external ChatGPT. I have our own called Gaia, Gaia, and that's Gen AI for automation, and we use that. So if I need to send a mail out, I think Mr. Bamare also spoke about messaging services. If there is a mail that needs to be drafted out, use it. Help yourself to go ahead and ensure that the information that you want to be passed is passed in the best possible way, rather than writing something wrong or not giving the right information and helping or not helping others to go ahead and understand what is required. So we are going through this sort of upgrade as we speak. We are not only using Gen AI, we are also thinking of Microsoft Copilot. Have you heard of Copilot? Are any of you using Copilot as well? So that's another opportunity that we see, and we are trying to go ahead and ensure that our team members also use Copilot, right? So please don't be worried about not using or using ChatGPT and Copilot as we speak at this point of time, because the organizations that you're going to join are also using all of this. Yeah, so it's something that is continuing to be there, right? And if you can build your efficiencies using it, please do that. So this is the transitioning that we're talking about. So we had multimodal AI. We are moving towards reasoning models where an AI system is thinking like a human, and finally it will reach a space where it not only thinks but also acts like a human. So at this point of time, we are work in progress. All of this is actually available, and we are doing this even for HR. So where do you think we are using AI for HR? Which part of HR do you think we are using AI for? Recruitment, for our learning and development, for other than engagement. I think engagement at this point of time, we are not using too much of AI at the moment, other than opinion surveys, etc., that get triggered out. But every other aspect of AI, of HR that we have, we are using it. This is for our HRMS. So there's a lot of data that's there in HRMS. If there is something that needs to be filled up, any mails to be sent, then transportation management system does it. This is another area that we are using, where we are actually using it for our hiring systems. So if you send a CV over, then we have an application that does optical character reading, ensures that it scrapes through and understands, builds a profile for us of who you are from all your data points that are available. So what are the different data points that we can get for people who are there on the system? Where all do you have data points in the larger ecosystem other than your CV? Where else are you visible on the web? LinkedIn, social media. So they start building your own social profile. So wherever you have a presence, please use it, because it helps you to go ahead and get shortlisted, for example. Now, unfortunately, the reverse is also true. If you are on Instagram and you are on LinkedIn and you are not using it appropriately, then you could also get pushed out, because you have not actually had a presence there at all. So use it. I think these are areas where you need to go ahead and ensure that you're able to build on what the capabilities are. This is our internal tool called Smart Connect, which automatically pops up whatever other learnings that we feel you need. When I say we, the system feels you need. So based on your profile that you have created, it then tells you that, okay, you could potentially pick up a role as, say, HR manager for maybe Oman. And for being an HR manager in Oman, you might need to learn Arabic. So it's telling you that there is an Arabic course that's available online that you can go ahead and pick up, and why don't you go ahead and complete it out? If you do, you tick one more box and make you more equipped to be hired for the role. So learning and development, applications, etc. All of this is available on it. So you've got something called Career Marketplace. So it's like a LinkedIn or a Naukri for us internally. So where all do you think you have jobs, it will go ahead and pick it up. And it will actually show it to you like this. So if I go ahead and call myself a senior manager HR, it tells me these are the jobs available and very similar. Whichever is closer to me in the center, I am more suitable for it. The further away it is, I am less suitable for it. So it tells me there are two positions, one head of learning and development and one head of HR and administration in the DHL system that the system believes I can apply for. And it gives you in green. So it's telling me, why don't I apply for the role? Right? Now, how is this helping us? That means I am now encouraging our own teams to apply and take away or take a new job. Isn't that bad for me? Am I not losing out on a good resource here in India then? So how is this helping me? It's helping me that the person stays within the system. They're still in DHL. Because if it's not, and if I'm genuinely looking out for a job, then I'll leave and go outside. So this allows me at least an opportunity to retain talent within the system. Some case studies about agentic AI implementation that's helping us to actually drive this technology. So we have got a person who's on the board. So this gentleman, Ralph Vikers, is on the board. So it's on the DHL global board, whose only job is to drive technology implementation into DHL. And that's the focus that we have when we talk about technology. That brings me to the end of the presentation. I'll open it up for questions at the moment. Before I do, I have a small clip. I have a clip about what a typical day in the life of DHL is all about. So it takes around a minute and a half. Maybe I'll just play it. You just need to double click on the, you can just double click on that, yeah. Do you have the audio as well?
Hundreds of thousands of DHL employees will deliver excellence for our customers all over the world, creating millions of connections with our brand. Everything they do has the hallmark of DHL quality, trust and reliability. Every shipment processed, every heart touched, every email answered, every floor swept, every care taken, every detail matters for our sustainable growth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We sincerely appreciate the insightful session. And due to the time constraint, we will only take one question.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Nandini Agarwal. I'm from BIMHRD Marketing. So my question is, how do you plan to improve digital customer interactions to optimize customer journey and boost digital sales?
How do I look at increasing digitization to improve customer experience and?
No, sir. To improve digital customer interactions and optimize customer journey to boost digital sales.
Thank you. So if you look at our customer interaction, if you look at digital sales that we are doing, our touch points are important. So we need to understand what the consumer is looking out for. So if the consumer is looking out for space on the net, if it's available on the phone, and that's the way we are able to go ahead and improve our connectivity to them, we will do that. We are already present across any of the touch points that you can think of. We are available on the web. We are available as an app. We are available through systems. At this point of time, if you walk into any DHL franchisee center, almost the time taken for you to go ahead and book a material or a cargo is going to be less than 2 minutes. Right, so we want to go ahead and see whether you don't even come to the franchisee center. If I'm sitting at home, if there's an opportunity for me to book it, I can, and I'm willing to come in and go in and pick it up. So from a customer experience standpoint, I think digitalization is critical. More than that, I think what's important is visibility. So is there an opportunity for you to understand where your material is? Can I track and trace it? So something like a Zomato or a Swiggy order, what gives you that satisfaction is that particular burger that you have ordered is 2 minutes away from reaching you. So can I give you that kind of visibility for your parcel? If I can, then that's what I'm giving, which is already available, not only for small parcels, but even for large containers. So we do track and trace even for containers or for your air cargo that's coming in. So we continue to work on it. We try and see how I can do predictive analytics that will help me to go ahead and deliver on whatever is required, even on a larger scale. Yeah. So work in progress. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. To express our heartfelt appreciation, I now invite Dr. Rohi to felicitate Mr. Sunil Nayak.
hello, hello, hello,
Thank you. Now I would like to take the privilege to call Mr. Tushar Desai, Talent Acquisition Head, FIS Global, on the stage.
hello, hello.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. On behalf of Sri Balaji University, Pune, we would like to express our gratitude by inviting Professor Tushar to present a bouquet as a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest.
Now, I would like to call Junior Student Manager Prerna Raj to come forward and introduce our renowned guest speaker, Mr. Tushar Desai.
Thank you, dear Hussain. We are honored to welcome Mr. Tushar Desai, a seasoned and visionary HR leader who currently serves as the Head of Talent Acquisition for India and APAC at FIS. With a rich and diverse career spanning over 2 decades, Mr. Desai has immersed himself in nearly every facet of human resources. His expertise flows seamlessly through talent acquisition, talent management, and HR services, all underpinned by an unwavering commitment to employee centricity. In his current role, he stands at the cutting edge intersection of finance and technology, actively shaping the future of workforce for one of the world's most dynamic and transformative sectors. His ability to foster inclusive cultures where individuals can truly belong and excel makes him a truly exceptional leader. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Tushar Desai with a warm round of applause. Sir, the floor is now yours.
Hi, good morning. It's still good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I didn't know so many things about me, by the way. Yeah. But yeah, just a small introduction about myself. I've approximately about 24 years of experience, largely worked in only 2 organizations, very rare in today's time, but the first one was a little less than 5 years. It was IT infrastructure management organization, which is now a full-fledged system integrator, known as Allied Digital. I'm not sure whether you've heard of it, but they are now big on smart cities and integrated solutions. And obviously, I've been with FIS for a little less than 2 decades now, a couple of months, and I'll complete 2 decades. Little rare, almost everyone I bump into in my personal and professional life really has that question, 2 decades, what have you been doing? Possibly about 6 or 7 completely different roles in this 2 decades. Some of them were global in nature, some of them were regional in nature. Worked in center of excellences, worked in a generalist role, specialist role, worked as a CHRO for the India division, and then obviously now in my current role, I'm the talent acquisition lead for India and APAC, right? That's a little bit about myself. The debrief I got from Miss Shreya, right, was today's theme is about technology and sustainability and the future of work. That was kind of a debrief which I had gotten. And I possibly ran through a couple of prompts on ChatGPT as well as Copilot to help me out with some of the slides, which I could have come here and I could have shown. But then I sat back and I kind of thought that if it's technology, if it's sustainability, if it's about innovation, it's about future of work, then I need to set the context from my organization's perspective, right? Unlike the leader who was here just a while back from DHL, we are not a B2C company, which is business to customer or business to client as they call it. We are largely a B2B organization, which is business to business organization. That's why you will possibly not see FIs flashing on billboards or an advertisement or anything as such, right? But as we go through, I want to set a little bit of a context around today's topic around technology and sustainability and also innovation, right? And that context has to be anchored around the organization that I represent and the organization with whom I've been associated for last 2 decades, right? If I was to do a quick show of hand, how many of you know of FIS? Even before I start off. Just a few here and there, right? I'll tell you, when I got married, my wife didn't know about it, right? She used to call it FIS, right? FIS, for the largest part of its existence, it's about 6.5 decades, about 60 plus years, if I'm not mistaken. Organization was known earlier as Fidelity National Information Services, right? We are completely different from 16 other Fidelities on NYSE, right? We are not Fidelity Investments for sure, right? We are a financial technology organization, right? A banking and payments technology organization, right? Which means that we power our clients, which are largely banks and financial institutions. Can we go on the other slide? This one? Thanks. Thanks. Sorry, I should have asked. Cool. Yeah, so as you can see over there, we are headquartered out of Jacksonville, Florida. We've been in existence for about 6 decades now. As I said, we are a leader in the fintech space for the largest point in time, at least from whenever I've been working with them. We have been on top 3. And I can arguably say we are the largest as far as the product suite is concerned. We have more than 14,000 plus product and solutions across banking, payments, capital markets, and merchant solutions. Full suite fintech organization, right? You can check us out on the links over there. You can go on to my career site. It's quite an experience. You should do that, right? You can go on my LinkedIn page. The URL is there. Facebook page, Twitter, etc. Right? Just explore if you are interested in fintech. Right? Fintech is certainly the sunrise industry. Almost any and all players now want to be a fintech player. Right? You look at any of the applications on your smartphone, you'll see them to be aspiring to be a fintech. Let's take something as simple as WhatsApp, something that we all use, right? You'll always see that prompt, okay, let's do a WhatsApp Pay, right? WhatsApp is not a bank or a financial institution, but it wants to do be a player in the fintech space, right? Cred started off as a aggregator, then it said, okay, let's do Cred Pay. Apple, Google, everybody wants to be in the fintech space. Anybody and everybody, right? So it's definitely a sunrise industry. You should know more about it, is what I would really encourage you to do, right? How do I do? Sorry. Getting used to it. What you see over there is what sums up what is FIS, right? That's the scale at which FIS operates. You know, the statistic in middle, 95%. 95% of the world's top banks and financial institutions are our clients using one or multiple of our products, right? Now that statistics is not an overnight phenomena, right? That's decadal relationships with some of the topmost banks and financial institutions. You just name them, they're using our products, right? That's 95%, right? $16 trillion move through our platforms, either through deposits, either through payment switches, or either through trading and finance platforms, right? And almost, I would say, almost 37% of the world's money is touched by FIS products, right? 37%. That's a phenomenal statistic if you were to really look at it, right? I'm not sure whether this is visible to you all, but it's there on my website. What it really shows is the growth of FIS has not always been organic. It's also been inorganic. We've been an organization that has really looked at acquiring one or more organization every single year. And that's not because we are some VC gone mad or something that have a lot of money in our deep pockets or something like that. That's because we've looked at how the market has moved, where is it, and which acquisition would really add value to our product suite and add value to our client base, right? Some of the critical acquisitions is possibly the one which we did in 2015 with SunGard. SunGard was a leader in the capital market space. We were the leader in banking and payment space. That acquisition really propelled us to number one, right? And a recent acquisition of WorldPay. WorldPay is a merchant acquisition organization, just like possibly say a Visa or a MasterCard, right? If any of you were to apply for a visa on any of the European sites, say a UK visa or something, that will end up on WorldPay, right? WorldPay dominates that geography. So that's a little bit about the acquisition history. Yeah. Now this is a very important slide. This is where possibly I can relate to sustainable growth, or possibly it can give you an insight into how innovation has really shaped the fintech world, right? We started with the first phase of connectivity when internet came in, communications were made easy, possibly we moved away from our old ways of working, etc., right? That moved on to cloud, right? And cloud enabled massive data exchanges. You know, it enabled the SaaS industry to really flourish, right? SaaS stands for software as a service, right? It kind of, again, from a sustainability standpoint, it kind of really condensed or crystallized the amount of data centers that are required to run large-scale financial technology business, right? Point in cases FIS, we had more than 56 data centers worldwide, running on hosted or license model for some of the top banks in the world. That got reduced to 3, from 56 to 3. That is the kind of scale that we saw. And obviously after that, we moved on to a more mobile-based transactions, right? Now, I don't think any of you would have visited a bank branch like some of your elders would have, you know, your parents or people in Gen X or in baby boomer world, right? All of the transactions today happen largely via mobile handsets, not even your laptop, right? That's the kind of ubiquity that you are seeing in today's world, you know, where you're getting it more and more real time, right? Let me give you a couple of examples, right? In the phase where we are, and that's the value phase that we are in, right? let's say you walk in, and let me give you an example of retail, right? You walk in a retail store, right? And as soon as you walk in, possibly the merchant gets a prompt around what is the kind of shopping behavior you have shown in the past, what is the kind of transactions you would have really you would have done, what are kind of loyalty points you have at play which can be redeemed immediately, how is it that you prefer to pay, right? All of it, right? And that's real time, and that's the value based world that we are talking about. Let me give you a more potent example. Let's take the example of Apple, right? So when Apple really started off, Steve Jobs' vision was to really put in hardware and get it connected, right, with iMac and the Apple box that they had, right? Then it moved into cloud with iTunes, right? Then now it has moved into and then it moved into, say, a device which they said can also make calls, which we call as iPhone, right? And now, if there was ever an example of a third party organization doing end-to-end embedded finance, Apple is a great example, right? Through Apple Pay, you can do deposits, you can do debit, you can do credit, you can do buy now, pay later, you can do payments gateways, you can do actual payment through Apple Pay, right? And all of that is enabled by a fintech player like FIS, right? End to end, because the product is ours, right? Let's take a third example. Through the digital payments revolution that India as a geography saw, sometime, I just want to get the year right? Sometime, I think so, in 2016, 17 is when we introduced the UPI, etc., right? The UPI app that is used by all of us, right, is controlled by an authority named as National Payments Corporation of India, right? What allows that payment to go through is a payment switch. It's an interface between a core banking solution, which is the backbone on which a bank runs, right, and the payment gateway, right? That payment switch, the enabler, is our IP. It's FIS's IP. Just to give you an example, the kind of scale that we deal with, right? So we'll have a imprint on each and every digital transaction, digital payment transaction that any one of you is doing in today's date and time, right? That's where we are moving for when I say it's value exchange. This slide really sums up what we stand for. From an FIS perspective, the three pillars of how do we manage money. The first is money at rest. The second is money in motion, and the third is money at work. When I say money at rest, it is your deposits, your ledger, all of it, right? Which is largely the core banking solution and the digital banking solution. I don't know if you all are aware, but FIS is possibly the only unique organization that has IP over about 8 different kind of core banking solutions. So core banking solution is like the, as I said, like the backbone on which a bank runs. You know, it's like in your phone you have Android or iOS. Every bank will have a software on which the entire banking operations runs, right? The Indian players, example, are Finacle from Infosys, banks, BNCS from TCS. We used to have something known as FlexCube from iFlex. iFlex was then acquired by Oracle, so it's now known as Oracle Financial Services, right? Now these are the three major players in India, right? Almost all the banks are distributed with these three major players, right? To crack into the core banking space is virtually impossible, right? Because a bank will never change its CBS unless and until there is something horribly wrong, right? And that's where FI steps in. In 2014 or 15 is when the government of India decided to roll out about 17 new banking license for the first time post independence, right? For the first time. And FI saw that opportunity, that's the only way in which we are never going to get a transition, right? And we got 7 of those new banking license. So players like Bandhan Bank, ESAF, Suryoday, FinoPay Tech, all of them are using our core banking solution. We created those banks from scratch. Today, Bandhan can be counted amongst the top 5 banks, private sector banks of India. Right? It started off from scratch. It was a MFI. It was a microfinance institution, right? Like Sahara or Sarda or something. These are infamous ones, but Bandhan is more cleaner entity, right? So yeah, I mean that's money at rest, and then obviously there is money in motion, which is what I was speaking about. The UPI part of it, the payments enablers, the payments gateways, the payment switch, right? Treasury, risk, all of it. And then obviously the last part is money at work, where you really have asset management and trading happening across about trillions moving, right? All of it going through the FIS product life cycle, right? That's in short, I would say what is FIS. All right. I'll just take a pause. Any questions up till now from an FIS standpoint? Right. There are 2 reasons why people don't ask questions. Either they have understood everything or they have not understood anything. Yeah. I can hear you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Gaurav, and I'm doing my master's in digital marketing and business administration. Sir, the question I would like to ask you is, what are the basic qualities you look for into the fresh graduates who are trying to get into FIS or the corporate world into today's time?
Couple of them. See, the softer qualities are not only for this is not only true for your institute or college, but it's even otherwise. One is obviously the curiosity bit, right? And the hard skill I would say is digital dexterity. Why I'm saying this is because a large part of, and that is what I was talking to some of the professors down while I was waiting to come up here, is what's really affecting all of us today, right? And this is true for the tech industry as such, right? Is a large part of the bottom of the pyramid roles are getting affected with the advent of AI, right? If you were to listen to some of the leaders from Microsoft and Google or the leaders in this space, right? They envisage a world which is going to be no code, right? You would not even need the need to learn coding as such, right? Because coding can be then intuitive, can be voice enabled, right? You can just speak about a problem and you'll get solutions around it, right? So I would say your ability to work with AI is absolutely critical. It's like oxygen today, right? You need it, or water for that matter. You just need it. And that's what I started off with, right? When I was supposed to come here, I kind of put a couple of prompts in one of the chat GPTs, right? Just to get a slide deck that I could have possibly spoken about, right? But in your everyday work, you should be able to do that, right? You should be able to anticipate on the theoretical knowledge that you have, what is it that the organizations are looking for, right? And that is intuitive, right? So your digital dexterity, your ability to work with these AI tools is absolutely necessary. And the other part, which no AI tool can ever take out, and this you'll hear from almost all the leaders across the board, right? Including from the leader from NVIDIA or something like that, right? Curiosity, right? You have to be curious about what is it that is required to fulfill the job needs, right? Because jobs, as we know, are going to disappear, right? The job families and all of it. It's largely going to be based on project management, skills. All of us are going to be working like mercenaries, possibly I'm aligned to a certain project for, say, 12 months, 18 months or something like that for this skill which I am good at, right? And while I'm doing that, right, I'm also learning a additional skill or an adjacent skill, right? So that when the next project comes up, I'm right. And I'll give you a potent example. I'm not sure how much is your coding knowledge, right? But testing as a job family, it's going to disappear. Agents are going to do, right? It's already. I heard the chief guest was from TCS. I don't know whether he touched upon it, right? But it's already gone, right? There are jobs which are moving up the value chain. Example, testing. In testing, you have SDET now, which is into play, right? SDET, right? So automation testing along with quality check, right? So you're doing engineering in that also. Till a decade back, or in the last decade, in the last 5 years, right? Even now, possibly in some of the services organization, cloud ops is hot, right? DevOps is hot, right? Where you're doing a lot of CI/CD, continuous improvement, continuous development, right? It's moved out. Now it's SRE, right? Site reliability and engineering, right? That's come into play, right? So, and we are actively hiring it because at FIS, SRE is now a center of excellence, right? And that's based out of India, right? So we're doing a lot of hiring in there. One of the things that we are seeing in the talent is the large part of that talent pool is coming from DevOps, right? That's not required, right? We need folks from DevOps who would have done engineering and done site reliability and testing, not ops, right? So that I think if I've been able to answer your question, these are two things, the must have. It's like oxygen and water, as I said, right? You need to be curious, right? You need to take out time from your personal time over the weekend, at least an hour, dabbling with some of these tools, learning about what's new in the industry, and be at top of it.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, yeah. Thanks for the question. Yeah. Any other question? Cool. So I thought I'll also possibly touch upon some of the tech that we are using in talent acquisition as a function, right? I think Aditi, the next speaker, wanted to actually have a look at it. I don't know whether she's in. All right. So, at the reference of what I was trying to tell you, from a innovation standpoint, because innovation is not only about systems, it's about processes, about people, it's about experience, right? And the heart of innovation is concepts of, say, agile. And you would have definitely learned about it. If not, then go and check agile, Kanban, all of it, right? One of the things about innovation is not doing something new. It's also about enhancing what you already have, right? It's also about optimizing what you already are focused on, right? FIS is a fintech organization, right, which is financial technology organization. So obviously we'll use a lot of world-class tech in our day-to-day processes, both on the business side of it as well as on the HR side of it, right? And while doing so, one of the guiding principles that we follow is that anything that becomes high-tech should not become low-touch, right? Because it's finally, HR is also about dealing with humans, right? Managing humans. I'm not tooting horn of my own profession, but I think HR job is not easy, because humans are not predictable, right? There is, today you're behaving in a certain way, tomorrow you may behave in an extremely different way, right? And that's where some of the technology that you see up there has been introduced in the tech life cycle, where across the board we are making life easy for our HR folks by introduction of, say, something like ServiceNow, right? ServiceNow is a query management tool. If you were to talk to some of your peers or some of your seniors in the institute who are now working in the industry, or if you were to talk to some of the seniors in your personal life, you must have heard of a job family known as HR generalist, right? Uh, Typically, you'd find them talking about an HR partner, where a business leader has an HR partner to solve queries related to human relations, etc. Right? Now with a powerful tool like ServiceNow, which is a query management tool, and it can be anything else also, it can be SAP or something like that, right? You're taking away that role itself, right? For a query, you don't need a human. An agent is doing that for you, right? When you talk to agentic AI, it's a virtual agent. Uh, you don't even know whether you're talking to a human or not. It's that iterative. They also kind of mimic your emotion, right? And I so wish I could have been able to show you a demo around it, right? But what has happened because of it? The larger point which I'm trying to put across over here is the HR generalist job family does not exist in FIS at all, right? 30% of my HR workforce has been shaved off, right? So what does that give us as an indication? If any of you is an HR professional over here or a HR major over here, right, is that you should be focusing more on specialist roles, right? Something in talent acquisition, something in employee relations, something in talent management, something in compensation benefits, etc., right? And that's the larger point of today's meet that I was trying to explain to Ms. Shreya, right? As we are going to be faced with this new challenge of artificial intelligence, it's a buzzword that everybody likes to throw across, but fundamentally, AI is only about predicting, right? It's only about taking away work which can be automated, which is repetitive in nature. So as much as possible, if you can be closer to work which is more meaningful, which is more, or how to use AI, right? That will help you excel in your career ahead, right? I'll take a pause. I just had as many slides, right? I'll take any and all questions related to either my industry or even otherwise. Cool then. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring session. We truly appreciate the time and insights you shared with us. The stage is now open for questions.
I just asked them. I don't think they have questions.
To express a heartfelt appreciation, I would now like to invite Dr. Nimita to felicitate Mr. Tushar Desai.
I hope I was able to do it within. Thank you.
Okay, I'm able to understand continuously 3 sessions. Controlling bit difficult है, ठीक है? So, but at the same time, my dear friends, they all are from corporates, ठीक है? हम लोग थोड़ा एक डे थोड़ा एडजस्ट करना है. इधर स्पीकर बात कर रहे हैं. From here, you people are leaving.
Now it's time to call our eminent panelist on the stage.
Can we start? Good.
Now it's time to call our eminent panelist on the stage. I would like to take the privilege to call Ms. Aditi Adhikar ma'am, Group HR Technology Godrej on the stage, please.
Thank you.
On behalf of Sri Balaji University Pune, we would like to express our gratitude by inviting Dr. Cyril to present the bouquet as a token of appreciation.
Now I would like to call Junior Student Manager Bunita Hill to introduce our renowned guest speaker.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Binita Hui from Calcutta, West Bengal, Junior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Management and Human Resource Development, BIMHRD, specializing in personal management and human resource development. It is my genuine honor to host these distinguished leaders who have made significant contributions to their respective fields. It is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome our esteemed guest for panel discussion on inclusive futures, the diversity demanded. Now, I would like to welcome Ms. Aditi Altekar, HR Technology Lead at Godrej Group. Ms. Altekar is a seasoned human resource professional with extensive experience in leveraging technology to drive HR strategy and organizational growth. Her career spans diverse roles across HR technology implementation, digital transformation in HR processes, talent management, and employee engagement initiatives. Currently as HR Technology Lead at the Godrej Group, she continues to play a pivotal role in integrating technology solutions that enhance HR efficiency, support decision-making, and foster an employee-centric culture. Her expertise in digital transformation and innovative solution ensures that people processes align closely with business objectives. Ms. Altekar has also demonstrated strong leadership in mentoring teams, building robust HR frameworks, and implementing forward-thinking strategies. Her approach blends strategic insight with practical application, making her a trusted advisor to both employees and leadership. With her deep understanding of HR technology, digital transformation, and employee engagement, Ms. Altekar is an inspiration for all of us aspiring to make a meaningful impact in the field of human resources. Ma'am, we are truly eager to learn from your vast experience. It is now my privilege to welcome you to take over the session. Thank you.
Now, I would like to call Ms. Mithila Varade ma'am, HRBP, Force Motors on the stage, please.
On behalf of Sri Balaji University Pune, we would like to express our gratitude by inviting Dr. Ruby to present the bouquet as a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest.
Now, I would like to call Junior Student Manager Binita Hui to introduce our renowned guest speaker.
And now it is my distinct privilege to introduce our next guest speaker for panel discussion, Ms. Mithuna Varade, HR Business Partner at Force Motors. Ms. Varade embodies the very essence of a strategic HR leader in today's complex business environment. Her role extends far beyond traditional personal management. She operates as a vital strategic partner to business leadership, seamlessly integrating human resource strategy with the core operational and financial objectives of Force Motors. She is instrumental in ensuring that the people strategy is not a standalone function but a key driver of business success and competitive advantage in the demanding automotive and manufacturing landscape. In her role as HR business partner, she focuses on aligning HR initiatives with business objectives, leading talent management efforts, and developing programs for employee engagement and organizational growth. Her skill in creating employee-focused workplaces and implementing strategic HR solutions have been vital in advancing the company's vision and transformation its workforce. She has also demonstrated strong leadership in various HR capacities, contributing to building robust HR frameworks, enhancing organizational culture, and mentoring teams for excellence. Her approach blends strategic insight with empathy, making her a trusted advisor to both employees and leadership. With her profound expertise in shaping HR strategy, cultivating vibrant employee engagement, and driving organizational excellence, Ms. Varade stands as a guiding light for all of us who wish to make a genuine difference in the world of human resources. Ma'am, we are truly honored to have you with us today. Your journey, achievements, and insights are invaluable, and we look forward to learn from your experience. The stage is now yours. Thank you, ma'am.
Now, with great pleasure, I would like to call Ms. Priyanka Sinha, Head Employee Relation and HR Compliances Myntra, to join us on the stage.
On behalf of Sri Balaji University Pune, we would like to express our gratitude by inviting Dr. Shilpa to present a bouquet as a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest.
Now, I would like to call Senior Student Manager Ishita Jain to introduce our renowned guest speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ishita Jain from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, currently serving as a Senior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Management and Human Resource Development, and I'm pursuing my specialization in marketing. I am thrilled to extend a heartfelt welcome to our distinguished guest, Ms. Priyanka Sinha, Associate Director, Employee Relations and Compliance at Myntra. Her expertise promises to make today's sessions truly enlightening. Ms. Sinha is a seasoned human resource professional with extensive experience in managing complex employee relations and compliance frameworks within large organizations. Her career spans diverse roles in ethics and compliance, employee relations and HR strategy, focusing on fostering a harmonious work environment and ensuring adherence to legal and ethical standards. Currently, as Associate Director, she plays a pivotal role in shaping policies that balance organizational objectives with employee welfare. Her expertise in navigating intricate workplace dynamics and implementing complying strategies has been instrumental in maintaining Myntra's reputation as a responsible and employee-centric organization. With a deep understanding of employee relations, compliance, and organizational effectiveness, Ms. Sinha is an inspiration for all of us aspiring to make a meaningful impact in the field of human resources. Ma'am, we are truly honored to have you with us today. Your journey, achievements, and insights are invaluable, and we look forward to learning from your vast experience. It is now my privilege to welcome you to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishita.
Now I would like to call Ms. Trupti Shrimali, Leadership Development and People Skills, CODA, to join us on the stage, please.
On behalf of Sri Balaji University Pune, we would like to express our gratitude by inviting Dr. Mayank to present a bouquet as a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest.
Now, I would like to call Senior Student Manager Ishita Jain to introduce our renowned guest speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I welcome our distinguished guest, Ms. Trupti Shrimali, Leadership Development and People Skills at Skoda Auto Volkswagen. Ms. Shrimali is a highly experienced human resources professional with deep expertise in leadership development, people capability building, and organizational effectiveness. Her career spans diverse roles in talent management, learning development, and HR strategy, focusing on enhancing both individual and organizational performance. Currently, she plays a pivotal role in designing and implementing leadership development programs, nurturing talent, and building people-centric practices that drive organizational growth. Her initiatives ensures employees are equipped with the skills, mindset, and motivation required to excel in a dynamic automotive industry. With a deep understanding of leadership development, talent management, and people-centric strategies, Ms. Shrimali is an inspiration for all of us aspiring to make a meaningful impact in the field of human resources. Ma'am, we are truly honored to have you here with us today. Your journey, achievements, and insights are invaluable, and we look forward to learning from your vast experience. It is now my privilege to welcome you to take over this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishita. Now I would like to request Dr. Shweta Banerjee Ma'am, Deputy Director, BIMHRD, to kindly moderate the session.
So very good afternoon. Good afternoon, all of you. So definitely it's a privilege to welcome you all and the panel members, welcome ma'ams, to the session on diversity, equity and inclusion. So inclusive futures, the diversity dividend. So DEI is no longer just an HR initiative that we can all understand. It is a leadership priority that speaks about fairness, representation, and innovation. So while gender is often the entry point of DEI, this conversation truly talks about diversity that extends far beyond male and female categories. And especially looking at all the females here talking about diversity, we should not have a binary lens. We would be talking about more things which are important. So it embraces different identities, orientations, abilities, generations, lived experiences that people bring to the workplace. So let me share a few numbers to highlight both the progress and the gaps. Globally, women's labor force participation remains at just 41%, and in India, it is about 33%. Sometimes ma'ams will correct me if I'm wrong, it might be lesser, compared to over 77% for men. Representation in leadership is even smaller. Sometimes it happens that at the entry level, as even we were discussing, you take 50% of almost female girl students into the workforce, but suddenly they vanish after a certain time when they come to the middle level management. So now representation in leadership is even smaller, only about 10% of key managerial personal roles, and 21% of board seats in India are held by women. But gender is just only one lens. According to a Deloitte survey, Nearly 40% of Gen Z and millennials consider workplace diversity beyond gender, including LGBTQ+, inclusion, mental health support, neurodiversity, and disability accessibility as critical to choose an employer. So yet, only about 15% of Indian companies actively track progress in areas beyond gender, such as disability, LGBTQ+, inclusion, and also neurodiversity. Sexual orientations, the numbers remind us that DEI is not only a tick box exercise, and it is beyond this, ensuring that all genders, generations, ethnicities, and abilities not only have a seat, but also have a voice that counts. So the business case is equally strong. Research shows companies in the top quartile of diversity, and this statistics is very important for us when we discuss a very pertinent, important topic like DEI. That research shows that companies in the top quartile of industry across multiple dimensions are 25% more likely to financially outperform their peers had we take this very sincerely and seriously. So, transitioning to the panel member, our discussion is just not about gender parity, it is about building workplaces where difference is respected, equity is ensured, and inclusion is embedded in everyday culture. So let's, I can just give a 2 minutes understanding about how each one of your organization is definitely different in scale, culture, and the business models that you all have. So if you had to summarize your DEI journey, what would it be and why? So we'll start from Priyanka ma'am.
So students, first, before I answer to your question, I would like to ask everybody, does anybody have no knowledge about what mantra does? Does anyone shop for mantra? Do you like mantra? More loud. Okay. So just wanted to share that mantra.
That's a question going to her.
So, and as you people said that you people shop for mantra, like you, we have lots and lots of customers, right? People from different walks of life. It doesn't matter whether they have lesser money in their pocket or more money and they are very, very rich, doesn't matter at all. We have categories from different, for different people whom we serve. When I say people, I mean to say the customers. People, when we design a material, for example, we have a sari, okay, of Tavi. That Tavi is our own brand, Mintra's brand. If we are designing it, it can be worn by anyone. What I mean to say is it can be worn by females. It can be also worn by LGBTQ plus community members as well. So we have given special attention to our customers, like what kind of designs, what kind of material, fabric they would be interested in, wearing. What kind of size? Sari doesn't have size preferences, but then yes, the dresses that we design, we also understand and we also give special attention to what kind of design would be suitable for the entire crowd. So just wanted to also share something very interesting that we hold a pride parade in our office premises, and we have I would say 100 plus people who would participate in that. Along with that, there are allies also who would be interested in appreciating them, applauding for them, and they wear that kind of costume which is preferred by LGBTQ plus community members. We do that intentionally to ensure that they are a part of our crowd. We don't discriminate on any parameter, whether it comes to when it comes to our employees. All are the same mintrite that we hold our integrity value for. So this is something that we want to we have started this journey I think 4 years back. We are slowly building it, and now I am proud to tell you that
lots and lots of compliances also have come. I'm myself taking care of the employee relations and compliances. We do get, we have some requirements from compliance perspective also. But when I say compliances, I would like to ask anybody from the audience, do anyone know what compliances are we supposed to do? Government has made it mandatory for us to do some compliances for DEI perspective. Anybody knows? Does anybody know what is POSH? What is POSH? Prevention of Sexual Harassment. Yes, the Act came in 2013. We have got some amendments as well. I am myself the presiding officer for the entity's internal committee, and we do get cases. So what is the foremost thing is that we have to be creating an environment which is suitable and it is giving a safe workplace for everybody. It doesn't matter whether somebody the aggrieved party is a female, male, or of the third gender, doesn't matter. But what is important is that they are feeling safe, and psychologically also we are creating a safe place for them. So this is something that we must do, and we are doing it, that is something that is a mandatory thing from government side, so we have to ensure that it is done. Another thing is PWD. Does anybody know what is PWD? RPWD? Absolutely. So we do have an act which defines that we are supposed to have people from that background who are specially abled. We have to ensure that the infrastructure is designed in a way that they are comfortable working and they are not feeling discriminated. We are creating equal opportunities for them. So the second thing that we have to do. Third thing is pay parity. And whenever we are doing some talent reviews, we are not discriminating because XYZ is from certain categories, XYZ is from certain, gender, or from some, age background, age basically. We do have, I'm proud to tell you that, we have representation from all the three generations equally. 33%, 33%, and 33%. So I'm proud to show that. And it gives us it gives us immense pleasure to ensure that we are also creating or getting the impact for our customers. Because we need them, because that perspective is needed so that we can cater to our customers equally. So I think I have given you a quick summary of what BIMHRD does from DEI perspective. I would like to request Shweta ma'am to take it forward.
Hila ma'am can also share. So she's from Force Motors. So let us hear from the manufacturing and automobile industry. So we have Mithila ma'am here. Yeah, ma'am.
Hello students. I believe this is not going to be bore. Since morning you all are sitting here. That's the reason we have started with Priyanka ma'am, because it's one of the toppest, most favorite subject to everyone, whether it is girls or boys. Right? Okay, so coming to the point, yes, I represent here automobile industry, and of course automobile industry majorly dominated by male always, but no, it's not like that nowadays. We have from a person from Skoda. Of course, I represent Force Motors. There are brands Mercedes, the BMW, and Mahindra, Tata. These are brands, and of course, if I say Force Motors, we have a diversity ratio less. Of course, we have a very big target to achieve that. But yeah, I proudly said that we have women on the shop floors. And I personally visited on the shop floors, whether it is Chakan plant, whether it is Akurdi plant, or whether it is Pithampur plant. Pithampur is our main plant where we manufacture all products. So there I must say that in the Chakan plant, women, they are supporting to manufacture all the Mercedes-Benz engines. Now, if those are girls are going to back their home and they are telling to their parents that I am the manufacturer of Mercedes-Benz engine. I am doing that assembling in the car. So that's a proud feeling thing for them. So similarly, for the Pithampur plant, we have a diversity, especially into paint shop. And we have a one luxurious product that is called Urbania. Most of the students have seen on the road. Urbania,
Yeah. So, and that's a convertible, caverns we can convert, and most of the women actually they go and buy that Urbania, especially for all the tourism things. So yes, we have a diversity on the shop floor, basically for the Mercedes as well as for the this Urbania, and there is one more very beautiful product what we have. It's Gurkha, which is a competitor of Thar, correct? Yes. So Gurkha is the product mainly we have designed for defense. And that's another proud feeling because I can see the women there on the shop floor of the Gurkha, and they were assembling the doors, the engines. They're in the paint shop. They were, with the robotic help, of course. But on behalf of them, I can proudly say that yes, behind that the car which is actually going on the road, it's like 10% actually I have contributed. So I must say diversity is there, the automobile as well.
Very nice. So ma'am, the gap you were talking about, that you still have to reach a certain,
Yes.
how long did you have a timeline for that?
See, timeline
Especially
is always
talking
there.
because of the manufacturing factor.
Correct. Yeah. So timeline is always there. Whether it is this year, next year, every year, it is timeline is there, and we always try
As an
to.
HR head, ma'am, how much pressure do you have to match this diversity gap? Is there a pressure that this much?
See, if you take as a pressure, definitely you won't be able to achieve it.
Okay.
But yes, if you look at the positive point that being in automobile industry, it's a male dominant, and you have to achieve that target, or you want to get the girls on the shop floor. That's the positive mindset. If you feel it, and if you go in the campus especially, let me tell you one example. In the last month only, I visited Symbiosis campus, QA. Okay, and there we hired 32 female, only female, especially for the shop floor.
Wonderful, very nice.
Yeah, and that's another achievement because we have risen up with the 4 to 5% at least.
Okay.
So it's only about how you take it.
Yeah,
it's not a pressure, but yes, it's your regular work.
It's fun.
It's fun.
Yes, it's fun. So now the statistics also talks about the Apple iPhone 17 that has been rolled out from Chennai, not Chennai, a little away from Chennai. They also have met the target of having about 45% women who were there in the assembly floor and rolling out this iPhone 17. So that's what even the newspaper said. So wonderful. So Aditi ma'am can pick up the, ma'am, you're done, or you would like to share something? Okay. So yes, Aditi ma'am can share. So the question was on a different scale and your culture and being from Godrej, and you are the Godrej Group HR head. So taking into everything that comes under the Godrej umbrella, how do you look at DEI?
Just one quick correction. I'm leading HR technology. I'm not the HR head.
Yeah,
But yeah, Godrej has its own century-old legacy, as you rightly mentioned, right?
Yes.
So we come from a philosophy of the old ways of working, the new ways of working, and so on and so forth. So we are moving from people like from locks to the interiors now. So that's the journey Godrej has seen through. But for Godrej, I would say DEI, inclusivity, diversity, equity, has never been an extra or an add-on. All right, it has always been the very thread of or integrated part of the woven fabric that we have. We have our own DEI community that is there in the organization. Like Priyanka mentioned, we also have our Pride March that happens, and very proudly all our HR heads, all our leaders actually be a part of it. Irrespective of where they are, they fly down for it specifically, and they ensure that they are a part of this entire Pride March. It's a festival actually at Godrej. If you have seen the Godrej premise, any one of you at any point in time at the Vikhroli office, the HO office, it's a beautiful campus. And it is, yeah, so it's amazing campus to be onto, and the Pride March just colors it up like nobody's business. So it's really wonderful to see, the LGBTQI plus community there. And to be very frank and honest, in Godrej, I have seen nobody calls it that. It's basically the individual. We just work together. If you have a capability, if you are competent enough to work on a certain aspect, just do it. It is not supposed to be called out that, okay, this is a person who is a part of this community, or this is a person who is a part of another community, so on and so forth. Of course, that brings in a lot of that requires a lot of maturity, sensitivity when we talk to each other. But then I believe the culture of Godrej is such that you just adapt it. It's very adaptive, it's very adoptive, and you just start working on it that way. The only thing I believe requires as a part of inclusivity is respect, trust, and integrity. You have that as an individual, you're sorted, I guess. So yeah, that's what Godrej is all about, and that's what Godrej also teaches you when it comes to any individual who's working with you, whether it's people with special ability. I don't like the word disability, so I just prefer having special ability called out. So people with special abilities are there on the floor. They are running projects, massive projects at global levels with equal competence, equal capacity that they can. There are infrastructures, as Priyanka rightly mentioned. There are compliances in place now in India. So I think those kind of compliances also bring into picture. Sorry, is there a... Oh, sorry, okay, fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
So those kind of compliances also enable organizations to actually work towards these communities, these people that come across, and do really well for them as well. So I think that's what Godrej and each company of Godrej as an umbrella of companies, Godrej Group as an umbrella of companies really cater to. And I think that's the inherent baseline that Godrej carries as a legacy, has been carrying it, and I believe will carry it for as long as it lives.
So your experience is about how many years, ma'am, now?
Around 17 years now.
Yeah. So did you see that transition from...
Yes, definitely.
This is very important for all of us. Like the mindset that we carry now, the story that you were talking about, or the incidents that, we are taking them with lot of head held high, they walk past us with... But this transition, if you could just tell us at least a little timeline, or how you exactly saw people accepting this with open hearts and open minds and open hands. Yeah.
At Godrej, yes, definitely. It's an open heart and open mind and open doors to anyone and everyone with capability and capacity to come in. I have seen this transition. I started my journey as a software developer analyst. I have always been a part of systems in and out. So it's not only people that I deal with, I also deal with systems which needs to be DEI compliant. That becomes a little difficult for me at times, because then there are legal angles and the other things. But yeah, transitioning from a culture that India is onto, the upbringing and the culture that India inherently has, the cultural diversity that we have. I think what I've seen is at certain levels, at certain parts of it, it's a little difficult to digest for people that these are the kind of things, I have had, not to name anyone, but I have had bosses who were a little hesitant to work with someone who is not having the same orientation towards other people, and so on and so forth. So that I have been through that journey, saying that, no, yeah, you be there, I will just be there in your support and kind of a thing. And usually that happens more with females. When I'm saying females, anyone who resonates as females, basically. The reason being, we are very empathetic in nature. So irrespective of the people that we are talking to, we just try to adapt and absorb what they are, and we just try to adjust very easily, and that comes very naturally, very easily with us. So I guess most of the times it's easy for women to adjust with any community, any talking that we have. In fact, I have traveled most of my professional life in trains, in local trains, Mumbai locals, and I see a lot of queer community that roams around in local trains as such. And to be very frank and honest, I have been friends with them since ages. We still talk to each other. We still have our own WhatsApp group. We discuss details. They call me for their festivals. I call them for my festivals, and so on and so forth. So I think over a period of time that I have seen the transition that has happened through industries, through systems, and through people across, I think for females it becomes a little easier to transition because we are made to, we are tailored like that, we are wired like that. For males, it at times is a little difficult. They are more hesitant, they are more resistant to that. But slowly, eventually, gradually, it's changing, and it's a beautiful change that I see nowadays. It's really humbling. It's really beautiful, and with all you students over here, I guess. You are coming into a culture, you're coming into the corporate life in the India that is very futuristic in nature. It's very globally present. It's very globally strong. And it is also very welcoming, or rather more welcoming than it was earlier. So I guess they have a very bright future ahead of them, and they are, all of you for that matter, have a really, really bright future and a choice to select whatever, whenever, and however you want to select it. So I guess that transition has been really, really beautiful. At least for me, it has been really amazing.
And you could observe, see, and see both the paths, and you're still evolving. This entire culture is evolving and very welcoming. So, ma'am, now you're sharing your journey of DEI, and of course from the manufacturing, and ma'am is from Skoda Volkswagen, and we would like to hear from her.
Thank you so much. And there's so much I resonate with what you said, because when we talk about DEI, it is
working, ma'am? Yeah, it's working. Yeah.
Audible?
Audible?
Everybody? So I think DEI, the basic premise starts with respect, and that's something I think is given. Talking about the DEI journey for automobile, especially for Skoda Auto Volkswagen, in automobile, I think what drives us is speed, precision, and scale, right? So when we look at everything that we do, that's something that's given. And that's true even for our diversity initiatives. Initially, when it started off for manufacturing for automobile, it did start, and even today, there are pockets where it is a lot driven by the KPIs or the numbers you've spoken about. But I think the shift has happened from compliance to commitment, and a commitment towards increasing the diversity, not just in terms of the gender, like you very rightly said, but for us, it is all the three Gs. So, it's gender, it's geography, it's generations, what you spoke about. Why do you need diversity? Obviously, there is, beyond the numbers and beyond the targets and the KPIs, it actually helps to bring about innovation, problem solving, day to day creativity. And that happens only when you have a good mix of people. So, for us in our journey, I think it stands right from a very simple aspect of, like you spoke about, on the shop floor having women, right? But it's not just about the presence or just being physically there. Is the voice heard? And that's what makes it different, that can I share my opinion? So even if I could be somebody working on the shop floor, can I go to my supervisor and give an idea if I have? If I am a lady or a woman working at whatever level, do I have a voice to say, okay, what's my career journey like? Cross-functional teams, that's where the diversity actually comes. So for automobile, I'm sure all of you are aware of how the trends are changing. Yeah. What's the trend? What's changing in automobile? Anybody? EVs. Yeah. So while yes, it's beginning to change. Yeah. As a country, we still have, in terms of, there are challenges, infrastructure, etc. But yes, that's happening. EVs are happening. There's sustainability. So can we actually use the diversity initiative so that it helps? So to my mind, I think diversity, one, it brings about various opportunities for all of us. Inclusion is what creates the space and creates it in a comfortable, engaging, and safe space. Okay? Equity has to ensure that the opportunities are equal for all. Otherwise, it doesn't help. Okay. So I think if I were to summarize the journey for us as an organization, it's more about trying to create that fuel for every individual in the company to give that power performance. Yeah. So that's what I would say.
So that was a wonderful discussion about how scalability and how. So, ma'am, you were sharing about how at times even somebody from the other gender also makes it a point when we have any conflicting. So, if any experience of any conflicting situation, like ma'am shared one, if you can share that hey, don't use this for me. Now we are in like a space where everybody should be included instead of talking about the chairperson would be much more better as a terminology than the chairman. So that kind of a conflict situation, if you had any, and you can recollect, that would be.
So in the morning I was talking to Shreya ma'am and I told her that, one thing that I would like to share with the students is one of the experiences that I had in a boardroom. It was filled with around 25 people, and one gentleman walks inside the room, and he was late, a bit late, and all of us were sitting inside, and the person says that, "Hi guys, sorry for coming late." And it was total silence inside the room. Nobody said anything, but there was a person who was sitting quietly in one side of the room, and he just stood up from his chair, and person said, "Can you please change the salutation that you have just said?" The person could not understand what is he trying to say. Person says that, "Excuse me, I have actually I have offended because you are using the term guys. I'm not a guy, I'm not a gal. So can you please use something which is more meaningful and respectable for other genders as well?" And that's when it was an alarming thing for us, because it's a basic thing that everybody uses. Hi guys. Okay, it's not a term, and it is generally used. And the intention of that person was not to hurt anybody, right? It was generally, it was a used term. Later on, we had to he took that thing positively. He apologized, the person who had said that, and that's when it went ahead. Another thing is that ma'am said chairperson, CEO. My CEO, Mintra CEO, is a woman, and I'm very proud of her. Okay, so I'm telling you that not every CEO is a man. It could be a woman as well. um, Likewise, not only the CEO, in other parts of the industry, whatever department they are heading, it could be from different genders as well. We have in fact one of the department which is headed by a LGBTQ plus community member. Okay, and I will give you one more example, okay, because it's very close to my heart, and I get those complaints because I'm into employee relations, so I get those complaints as well. So there was a gentleman who had raised a complaint to us. Please don't to quote me anywhere, but I'm just telling you without taking name. But then the person says that, I am being differentiated because I am 40 plus. I am being told ye kya kar payega? Isko is project mein mat lo. And this project was that, some launch was happening of a brand, some stylish dress that the person had to wear and walk the ramp. That was a thing. And this gentleman who was 40, I think 45 plus, he wore a lehenga. Okay, he was from LGBTQ plus community and also 45 plus age bracket. He wore that lehenga and walked the ramp. And that's when we realized that, it's something that is well within, it is engrossed. It doesn't matter how we are expressing ourselves, right? It doesn't matter what our sexual orientation is, it doesn't matter what age we belong to, but then what matters is respect and inclusivity. So yes, we stand with the commitment that Aditi was just mentioning, that yes, DEI is something which we all have to take it forward. It's a long way to go still, but yes, we have to be having that acceptance in all of us.
Wonderful. So when I was talking about it's always beyond gender, Let's talk a little bit about disabilities, which are also very important, and how do we respect that? As we were sharing about that blind girl that I was talking about, it's not about, she can feel. The feeling is, the emotion is very important. So when we look at a person who is blind, it's obvious that you want to pass on the message, bypass the message through somebody to tell her as if, but she can hear. It's not that she cannot see. So these things, I think we have to be empathetic. We need to also grow in that. It's still there. That quotient is still very less in understanding the feelings, emotions, and everything. And this kind of panel discussions and all would, at least the Gen Zs would be much more. And one more thing I just wanted to share. How would you define shame? Or if you talk about ridicule, bypassing, like ma'am was talking about this 40 plus or 45 plus, let me, take off that mask of and be a little bold and wear a lehenga and walk the ramp. So if you have how do we try to coach, train, or do mentor this kind of people to be more bold and come out with their real face instead of always hiding and feeling shame about their disability? Or so, have you got any experience like that? Sure, ma'am. Aditi.
Can I take a stab at this actually? I think shame and ridicule, or the similar words, I believe are very relative in nature. Well, this is from my experience again. This is something that is inculcated in us through some of the other upbringing that we have these days. So I think these days, or have been there generationally with us in our households, with our parents, grandparents, so on and so forth. As Tripti rightly mentioned, inclusivity is about having a safe space. Every one of you will be having one or the other best friend. Don't we have best friends? You guys have best friends, each one of you? Anyone? Right? You might also have that one person that you go to and talk your heart out, right? And it can be anything, because you are not going to get judged with that person. So you go to that one person, you just make them sit in front of you, or probably meet them over a coffee or a chai or anything, and you just talk and talk and talk and talk, right? Till you pour all your heart out. That's what it is. And that's what is going to prevent you from these words like shame and ridicule. If you are not a safe space for anyone else, then you should be. It starts with you. All right. So you need to be a safe space. You need to be a person who is so welcoming to another person that they can come to you and talk about anything and everything that they want to talk about to you. And please consciously make efforts not to judge that person. As humans, we are very judgmental. We are very biased because of our own experiences, because of our own upbringing, so on and so forth. But yeah, starts from you. It is you. So you decide whether it's shameful, you decide whether it's ridiculous, you decide whether that person has right to express their heart out. It's you and it's no one else. So shame, ridicule and everything is very, very, very sublingual and it's very superficial for that matter. So it's you decide, okay, I have had people coming to me because I work in technology and I've been working for almost 15 plus years now. They still don't relate systems with women right now. All right. So I have heard so many times at so many forums that, how do you manage this? How do you manage your personal life and professional life? Do you ask a man about it? You don't, right? Or do you ask anyone else about it? No, right? In fact, really few years back, and I don't know if this is the right example, but all are grown kids here, so I would put that across. So there was one gentleman who came to me in one of the events, like I had a panel discussion somewhere before, and we were having a tea break, and we were just chatting, we were networking, chatting, and etc. And this guy comes up to me, just had a casual conversation, how are you, what are you doing, etc. And we were talking about gender parity, gender equality, and all those stuff. And specifically at that time in time, this is somewhere around 12 years back. It was more about male and female at that point in time. India was still not there up to, the LGBTQ and etc. This guy comes up to me, has an audacity to ask me a question. He says, what is your answer if someone says woman is a gold digger? I just looked straight at him in the eye and I told him, women are expensive. Please choose one in your price range or shut off. So it's equivalent, right? So I think that's what it is. And you rightly mentioned, right? Are you heard? Do you have guts to speak your voice? If you don't, develop them. You have all the rights to talk about what you feel. You have all the rights to talk about how it makes you feel. And the people in front of you should listen to you. All right. So that's something that I would say would eliminate all these shames and ridicules and etc. that comes across. And as students, you are the future of
These
the
are
corporate
the
life.
future generation, so you all should be more sensitive. And the most important thing, this is what the experiential learning talks about. I think a few of us would be talking about HR when we do this, somewhere or the other DEI comes in between, but the rest wouldn't study this topic also. This would be what they would be learning in your journey, and the corporate is the first step towards, obviously here also, but that would be on a friend, the circle would be on a friend note. But when they go to the corporate, respecting the other genders, respecting everything which comes beyond this binary lens of only male and female has to be learned. And it's a learned behavior. We have to be observant about what others are saying and take an experience from all of us who are experiencing this.
If you want to be successful in your corporate life, respect, trust, and integrity stays with you.
Wonderful. Yes.
That's the three things that you need to carry, whatever level you are, whatever company you're working.
I guess somebody, you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, so it is like that, right? Yeah. So respect, trust, and integrity are the main pillars of you as a human. Absolutely. It's nothing to do with corporate life. It's your way of life, and it should be your way of life across wherever you are, wherever you reach. And I hope you are blessed with brightest futures of all the times, and you reach to a level where you represent India, you represent yourselves to the topmost and in front of all the top tier people. But yeah, this remains the core. Have respect, have integrity, and have trust. Integrity for me is something that my mom taught me. She always used to tell me, be loyal to your work. Right? So it's nothing to do with who is bossing you around, who is your manager, who is your HR head, who is your reporting into you, or so on and so forth. It has nothing to do with it. You be loyal to your work. You do your best. Give your best every single day. And that's all. That's all you can do. You don't really have to beat yourself, oh shit, yaar, ye aaj nahi ho paya mere se. No, that doesn't work like that. And it covers everywhere, even during your probably assignments, your projects, your presentations that you guys must be giving during your college journey. Give your best. You might not be 100% at any point in time, and that's human. If you're not feeling well, just say you're not feeling well, and I'm sure you have wonderful professors who understand about it. They'll definitely people are saying, no, you don't have wonderful professors, guys. there are kids who are saying, no.
You have wonderful professors and you are deaf on the second part of the question. Whether we are becoming sensitive towards when they fall sick or not is a little, about it.
Yeah, and this does not include any fake stomach aches and any fake fevers, please. So just to give you an heads up that, so it's basically that. It all relies on these three things, and that's what it is. Just be loyal to what you're doing. That's all.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, sure. I was coming to you only. Yeah.
I'll just add to what you spoke about, Aditi. Still showing. Okay, now which one? I think this, it's working. So what you spoke about in terms of the safe space and creating that environment, and I totally agree with, those words, shame, guilt, somehow it doesn't fit in, right? And especially when we talk about D&I, the moment we say that I start looking at the other person differently, whether it's my judgment, whether it's just a bias, that will affect the interaction. And then it totally fails. So I think one line that I always keep, as a part of my learning curve is we all have similarities and differences, right? But while we celebrate the similarities, can we learn to accept the differences? They will be there, but can I accept the person that I work with the way he or she is? Irrespective of the gender, irrespective of the geography, the generation, and especially when you guys join the workforce, I think your generation will be the one that gets to work with all three generations. Okay, but I think having that openness and saying that, okay, I can always learn from somebody who's different than me, whatever be that walk of life. I think that's something which will help you create a safe space for yourself as well as for others you work with. Yeah, so that's something I wanted to add.
Wonderful. Mithila ma'am, you would like to add something?
Here,
Any experience that you had where you had been a part of somebody's concern about not being able to open up about the either gender or any kind of means beyond this. So, any experience in your journey of DEI?
Yes. I mean, yeah, with this question, of course, I still remember there was, I mean, I cannot tell in detail, but yes, I still remember one experience, and that was kind of little disturbing to me for 1 or 2 days. But as I'm very practical, so I thought, being a woman, of course, I can listen. I am a multitasker, so I can help him. I'm using help him to go out of the way. So, as I'm a core talent acquisition person, but still there was kind of additional responsibility to my profile in somewhere around 2020, 2021. And that time I was dealing with one of the male employee case. Okay. That was a kind of, I must say, achievement. Of course, being an HR, some of the personal cases come to us, right? And it is like I completely, I was into that zone. He was explaining each and everything. He was telling me each and everything. And I was like, okay, later on what happened. And then somehow I found that no, diversity is something it's coming out his way right now. It's not about the female. It's to the male also. So somewhere that I found what we are talking about diversity in the society. Here, even male also, facing a lot of challenges with this world. Yeah. He was actually contributing 200%, but somehow, just because of that, I must say that, what we do, okay, we always go with the boss flow, what he or she wants, what they want, what management want. And we always try to do that just to be in a good books. But this person, he actually focused on his values. He actually focused on his success, where he want to be. So that way, few things actually was not coming up with his way as per his expectations. And that's the reason almost 5 to 6 years he was away from the promotion. And that's really bad thing, I must tell you. It's really good that he was actually focusing on his success, where he want to be, whether it is team leader, whether it is individual contributor, whatever it is. But somewhere, just because we always try to be in a good books of our management, our boss, probably here with the professors. Okay, but try to, as even she mentioned that try to be in your comfort zone, but please don't be like that. Someone is feel really uncomfortable just because of you.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Wonderfully said.
that
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 safe
experience
space that you were talking about.
safe space
Everybody
is really
should be, yeah. You might have your drawing lines and know when to step, which if you would let somebody step in into your drawing lines, but then you should be a person where people trust. I think the trust quotient should be very high. And the most important thing, as you rightly said, the safe space that when somebody, so this is a male who has been facing issues with diversity and has been suffering for the last 6 years. So women have, I think, voice out their opinions or whatever they are feeling much more than males. But
yes,
in this kind of cases, we also have the sufferers who are in the who are maybe males, and it's yes sure.
Just add to that.
Yeah.
बहुत बोल लिया हम लोगों ने लड़कियों के बारे में and you know तो मुझे लगा कि I need to share some candid experience. Yeah. So like so आजकल के लड़के ना डरे हुए हैं मतलब बहुत नाइंसाफी हो रही है राइट ठीक है शादी करते हैं तो गड़बड़ गर्लफ्रेंड बनाते हैं तो गड़बड़ राइट नहीं करते तो गड़बड़ तो करे क्या राइट तो मैं एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करती हूँ मेरे पास एक you have to be quiet ठीक है there was a case that I was handling it was a posh case a very severe one wherein some, very strong allegations were made against a gentleman, against a male employee. And all the panel members who were there, who were investigating along with me, I was chairing the committee, but then the other 4 people, they were all ladies. And this man comes in, we met the person and he tells the story that what exactly, and we had already issued him the complaint that we had received. So he knew about the complaint and he started telling the entire story and blah, blah, blah. And then next we met the complainant, the female employee who had raised a posh complaint against that person. And she also tells a story, and after that we had a quick chat for 10-15 minutes within the panel that what do we feel and what are our thoughts around the case and how do we take it forward. And interestingly, all the 3 of them other than me were having the same opinion. बहुत गलत किया लड़के ने and he should not have done and this and that. I stood up, I said that what is going on? Why are we not, understanding that, whatever the guy is saying could also be a true thing? Why are we only trusting the girl? And that's when I said, with the special I would want one male employee also to be a part of the panel, so that perspective is not getting missed anywhere. Okay, that's when we ensure that now going on, from here, we will ensure at least 2 people are representing men also in the panel. So now whenever we are doing any inquiry, 5 to 6 people will be there and 2 of them have to be men. Otherwise, we will not initiate any inquiry. And that is small thing that I'm telling you that, that is how, this is a conscious bias that a posh inquiry to sab ladkiyan hi karengi. Aisa hona nahi chahiye. This is not a true thing to do because that perspective gets missed somewhere.
The POSH Act also is also so pro women. But so that is where
like that.
So, but and we talk about POSH. Yes, ma'am. Continue.
In the Act, it has both. It has aggrieved man and aggrieved woman, right? But somehow, yes, probably when it started in 2013, Vishaka guidelines, all of that, there was a bias towards women, maybe also because of the cases, right? But that doesn't mean that it is only one-sided anyways, right? And very rightly said, so it has to be inclusive.
Yes, it has to be inclusive, and that's what. So just 2 bits on the discussion that
yes,
these
sure, ma'am.
ladies
Please
had.
Continue.
One, POSH, yes, because it started with those kind of cases, and our constitution found the reason to have that act in place was because the suffering that happened at that point in time by the women dominantly. All right. Coming to today. Our POSH policy does not talk about gender at all. It talks about anyone who is grieving. All right, and that is our policy and how it looks like in Godrej right now.
Okay.
And that comes to I come to my second point on basis of that. Suffering has no gender. Suffering has no levels.
Absolutely.
Right. So you should be open
to what you are looking forward to. As humans, you have a tendency of biasness, as she rightly mentioned. When there's a panel sitting and when there is a posh case coming, it's always like, bande ne kuch kiya hoga pakka, right?
Yes.
It's not definitely like that. I have heard cases where males were sexually harassed by women.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there have been cases where they were, and because males are predominantly so wired to not talk about their emotions, it becomes more harder for them. It becomes very difficult for them to come out, to talk about their sufferings. So that's where the entire conversation comes
That's
to.
equal for any gender, I think. So it's not only the male. So it took 6 years. So what do you think, ma'am? Why did it take so long for this male member in your team or in the team or in your organization to come up and open up? So 6 years is pretty long. How much did you suffer, Soma? It's he started off with promotion, but he might have a lot more suffering stuffed inside him. So why do you feel that took so much time?
It's because of the boss.
Okay.
So, we always go in the corporate, and I typically heard about this whenever I switches the companies. I typically heard from my new colleagues, oh, thank God, मैं ना female boss ही देख रहा था. मैं ना male boss ही देख रहा था. Oh, why is like that? When it comes to your work, like male or female boss, it doesn't mean
Like you
anything.
have a women driver in the roads and women driver. Driver is a driver. What is this women driver and male drivers?
Right. So that 6 year actually just because
Everybody, most of the females might have encountered on the males. Still there, so much predominant.
True.
Well, थोड़ा आस्ते आस्ते गाड़ी चलाना चाहिए या दूर में रहे. Female is driving. What is this? Still now?
Recently, there was in the news recently, first female loco pilot got retired last month. So first female loco pilot after 37 years service in military.
Wonderful, wow.
So 37 years she served in the railway department. And she carried how many passengers in her life?
Yes.
Safely. Right? So that way you should not looking forward to the main boss. or the female
Stereotypes has
boss.
to be.
Not at all.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There was Ford ad. I'm not really sure if you guys have, all students have not seen it, please go and see it. There was a Ford ad that was made to crash all the gender barriers. They showed a car rather in the ad, which had no wipers, which had no GPS, which had no airbags, so on and so forth. And they were like, we have made a car for men. And then the last line says, oh, but it does not have all the parts that were invented by women. So that's how they made that ad so very specific that, it's hand in hand. You cannot operate without the society that you are into. Humans are social animals. That's what we teach. That's what has been taught to us in 4th standard, 5th standard, so on and so forth. We are social by nature. We need to go hand in hand with people around us. We need to learn how to operate alongside it. That's how it operates, and that's how it works, and that's how we progress. So it's said that, if you want to run alone, you can just make yourself happy. But if you want progress, if you want a social, social upbringing to be brought into picture, take people along with you. And that's how it works. So I think, that's how you should look at things. And as students, as the future workforce that you guys are, I think, yes, that needs to be looked at that point in time. It just needs to be looked at an individual rather than putting them into categories or categorizing them into communities, I guess.
So, ma'am, as you were asking, right, the previous question, that why people hesitate to raise their voices or raising any complaint. The main reason is the judgment from others, right? How I will be treated afterwards, after the complaint is raised. How will my boss promote me? Will my boss give me a good rating? Will I be getting any increment this time? Will I be retaliated? So I must tell you that, it's very difficult for the person also to come up and raise a complaint. It's not a very easy thing to do in corporate world. Like अभी तो आप कह देते हो like course बहुत ज़्यादा है, कम पढ़ाया या whatever, right? But in corporate world it's not an easy thing. So many companies, including us, Myntra has a strict non-retaliation policy. Okay, which says that without any hesitation you must come up and raise your voices, raise a complaint in good faith. If it is raised in good complaint, nothing will happen to you, company will take care of you. So that bold, it's a shield that the company has provided to the employees to ensure that
they reprimanded for coming out or voicing your opinion.
Yeah.
So it is however, whatever it is, it might be the smallest of offense that you felt is below the dignity or disrespect, whatever you feel for yourself. You can go and raise that voice, and that should not be shunned. That's what is very important for us.
Fundamentally, that also becomes the safe space. As an organization, is it a safe space for me to express?
Wonderful. So now another question is, now we always have this, we are all from the HR fraternity, me being a prof, but definitely understanding DEI. So what do you feel? Is it that it's not cutting across all specializations, all domains, and everybody is getting initiated into this domain of EEI? Or is it HR initiative and we are very close, it's close to our heart, and so on and so forth?
Definitely not an HR initiative. Absolutely not an HR initiative. This is the very fabric of our being.
Does everyone understand across all functions?
And if they are not understanding, there is a very big gap in the culture that you're bringing into your company. This needs to be, as I mentioned, right? In Godrej, DEI is not an extra, it's not an add-on. It's the very fabric of the company. And that's how it should be. We in India are calling it DEI. We in India are talking about the concepts of diversity, equity, inclusion, etc. You step out of this and you will find all people working together without any topics of, inclusivity, whether are you included, whether is it diverse, so on and so forth. But no, it is not like that. So it's here because we are culturally so varied across the board, across the geographies, even within India. This is very strongly put forward too. Of course, in the corporate life, in all the companies that we all come from, I'm sure it's the very fabric of the company. It's the very culture of the company. And that is what is embedded in you when you join the company. If it is not, and if you're still not able, I am sure there are very severe acts, very severe policies that are taken against that person. So it's the way of being, and it's what the way of future is also.
So everybody has to have that ingrained in their system. So whether you're from HR, finance, wherever it is,
it doesn't matter.
The fabric that binds everyone together with the.
So I'll just share a little bit perspective from the automobile industry also. So here for us, while totally agreed, it's only HR can't do it. Okay, unless you have a buy-in from across all the functions. So to just give you an example, if you look at our, so as Skoda Auto Volkswagen, we have 6 brands with us. So Skoda, Volkswagen, Porsche, Lamborghini, Audi, Bentley, now recently added. So some of the advertisements, if you see, we have a lot of women driving, right? Because no longer it is that if a customer goes to buy a car, it is only the man deciding. Okay, it's no longer the case. Again, not an example for our organization, but how many of you love the Thar here? Yeah? Do you know who designed the Thar? Right? So it's there across. And, it's across all functions. We have within our organization, right from, Mithila spoke about shop floor. We have women on the shop floor. We have women as a part of our fire safety teams, which is known to be, again, very male dominated. We have women across levels in the leadership hierarchy who are leading brands for us. Right. So I think, and like you said, very proud to say that the CEO for you is a lady. So I think it runs across, probably because organizations are at different levels of readiness. And to become future ready, we can't work with a very narrow lens. So while you have to be future ready,
you want to focus on building that readiness across the organization. Depending on how ready you are, you might need to sensitize the managers, the people managers, but that's a given. That becomes part of development and creating that environment.
Just to add to that, what Tripti mentioned, just a question to all of you. You might have seen the latest picture. How many of you know Pankaj Tripathi, the actor? All of you? Have you seen the latest picture of his with an entire, revamp of his own entire attire and everything? How many of you liked it? How many of you judged it? How many of you thought, no, this is not Pankaj Tripathi for us? Anyone? And have you given a thought why? Because you're used to seeing that person in a certain format, right? Now he's come up being Ranveer Singh, and all of a sudden he's not Pankaj Tripathi for you. While Ranveer Singh himself has now mellowed down, he's gotten into his father role and everything else, and he's all there and kind of a thing. So this formatting, this is very inbuilt in us. That is what you need to break. That's the only barrier you need to break. And that's how you will just see it clearly more.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So can we take some questions from the audience? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gaurav Bhagat, a junior student manager at Balaji Institute of Management and Human Resource Development, currently pursuing my MBA in Human Resource. So my question is, could you share a success story?
Is it to any of the ma'am or any of them can? Okay.
So could you share a success story where diverse teams drove innovation in product design, customer experience, or sustainability?
Once more, registration of the question, yes.
Could you share a success story or experience where diverse team drove innovation in product design, customer experience, or sustainability?
Now they're talking about team.
The example that she just gave. Tripti gave an example of Thar, right? That's the example or a success story that you're looking forward to. The same lady, Anita, has now moved to Ola electric cars and she's designing cars for them. Innovation, definitely, because she brought in Thar to the household, actually. She designed it in a manner that it's so robust and so strong built that people have started loving it without even knowing who built it, right? And of course, because it was a female at that point in time, Thar was designed somewhere around in 80s, I guess. Somewhere around the designing started in 80s. It came into picture, it came into market a little later. But yeah, a woman working in automobile design is a breakthrough at that point in time for her. So I guess that is one of the success stories. I would leave it up to the rest.
So, upon this, I will not, being from the automobile industry, but I will not give example of any of the automobile because I have a very beautiful example at my home. Yeah, so my sister, she has designed Whirlpool fridge because it's a new design. Now fridge is on the upside and freezer is on the downside. So that model, that complete wiring of that model that she has designed, and that's the reason where actually she was leading the 12 people team. There were 8 men and 4 women, but she was leading. There were only 4 women and the male count was high, but the leader was a female only. So that's a beautiful example. It's from my home itself.
Wonderful. Very nice.
One example that I would like to provide is MNow. Does anybody know what is MNow? Mitra Now, in minutes you will get your fashion clothes, accessories and everything delivered in 10 minutes. So that is something that was innovated Okay, when Myntra started, the founders did not have any idea that we'll go to this level. That within 10 minutes somebody would be able to receive the parcel, and that too of fashion, clothes, bags or whatever. That's one example that I would like to give.
Wonderful.
So I'll just add to that. From our organization, safety is something that we live by. I mean, our cars are known for that. So when we talk about the quality, our current quality, it's I would say it's a combination of all the 3 Gs, because we have a lady who's heading the department, one of the quality verticals. We have a global presence because it's a Czech person, and then the entire team has diversity across all generations. So I think without that, it's impossible for any organization to function. Yeah. So that's where it is.
Wonderful. Thank you
Really
so
hope
much.
we answered
You're
the question.
satisfied?
Satisfied with our answers? Thank you.
Well, yeah, one more we'll take. We'll take 2 more. Okay, fine.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Let me
This side.
start with
Ma'am, this side.
the male.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Shubham Sharma. I am from BIMHRD Marketing. First of all, thank you very much for such a wonderful panel discussion. And as all the 4 companies, Myntra, Ford, Skoda, and Godrej, focus on strong employee-centric business strategies. So I wanted to ask, what kind of mindset and skill set required to join your companies? And is there any internship opportunities? Because we would love to work under guidelines leaders like you.
So you keep your GI.
Yes.
I guess you're on track. You don't need any internships. You can directly join a job, probably. But to answer your question, definitely all the companies have their own internship programs. I leave up to the ladies to talk about it. But yeah, you would find them anywhere you search on the career sites. Please be open. And we would love to have all of you over here. I mean, this madness can go anywhere, like kind of.
Yeah, we have one question from this side, so we'll cover up. Yeah, fast. Gautam, fast.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, may I?
Yeah, just a moment.
So people, just remember that you have to follow 2 pages today. LinkedIn पे जाके मिंत्रा को फॉलो करो एंड इंस्टा पे जाके आई एम मिंत्रा पे फॉलो करो. ठीक है. And to your question, there are 3 things that every individual who's sitting here, students who want to get the placements, should remember. 3 things that everybody should be knowing. One is problem solving skills. Next is critical thinking.
For some time. Listen to ma'am what she's saying.
Problem solving skills, critical thinking, and third one is collaborative approach. If you have 3 things in you, you will be selected in the first round itself. Okay, so please work on it. It has to come from within. You have to work on it. Okay, so do that, and I wish you all the very best.
Marketing person require the same. Exactly the same. Creative thinking is mandatory.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah, we have a question from this side, Gautam. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Firstly, good afternoon to all the beautiful and powerful ladies on the panel.
That's one level higher above marketing.
So he's placed, and that's the reason he can come up with.
Ma'am, I'm Gautam Verma from BMHRD. I'm a senior student manager, specialization in marketing. So, ma'am, my question is to Priyanka, ma'am. As Myntra has a diverse group of individuals working, so in your experience, what's the smallest everyday behavior or practice leaders can adopt that make the biggest difference in creating a culture of belonging?
Culture of?
Belonging.
See, the first and foremost is respect. I think we have already talked about it in detail. Okay, if you are respectful towards other person, the other person also will be responding to you in the same way. Another thing is integrity. You have to do the right thing always, even when nobody is watching you. So अगर CCTV कैमरा इसका मतलब है आप नहीं करोगे कोई गलत काम, but CCTV कैमरा नहीं है, कोई भी देख नहीं रहा है, तो आप गलत काम नहीं करोगे. That is integrity, right? even when nobody is watching. I think two things if you are able to like cope up with, if you are able to enhance, I think that will work the best.
So we'll have one more question. Just one more, yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Suresh Vaidi. I'm from
So we'll take
BIMHRD
the
Marketing.
female question
If
later.
all four of you have been given an option to change one law, what would it be and why would it be?
One law. ये नहीं
ये टेक्स्ट बुक क्वेश्चन है, ये नहीं लेंगे.
सिलेबस में नहीं है.
ये सिलेबस में नहीं है. कॉर्पोरेट में ऐसा होता नहीं है. No, but it's a brilliant question. I think one law that can be changed and why. I think there are quite a few laws that needs to be changed is what I would feel, and it's more at a constitutional level. I think constitution is evolving as we grow, but then punishment to people or fair punishment or treatment to people who are suffering at any point in time, or probably a quicker justice is something that I would want for everyone present in India. The kind of cases that are building up vis-a-vis the people who are giving justice, the law holders basically, are not that many. I would want a quicker justice probably in some other way expedited and probably a law around it. So that would be easier.
One thing from my side, you people know about Maternity Benefit Act, right? Which allows all women employees to take chutti for 6 months and you can take care of the baby. I want the same thing to be for men as well.
So when sometimes the males can be proud of their homemakers, we can also be proud of our house husbands at times.
Absolutely. In fact, Mahindra has now launched 5 years paternity and maternity plans. So they are not only supporting, the policies have recently changed, as in a year and a half back, where along with the statutory policies of maternity, they are also providing, there was a paternity policy long time back. I had been a part of Mahindra Group. So paternity policy was already in place, but a year and a half back, they have launched a policy for both males and females who wants to be primary caregivers for their children, for their growing children, and so on and so forth. So I guess that's a step forward. And Priyanka, thank you rightly for noticing that and mentioning that. That's something is a progress that we want to see across as well.
Wonderful, very nice. So should we take a question? She's been standing since long. Done? Waiting for the answer.
So I'll just add to that.
All 4 answers. They have to study your law books. Go and open your law books and come back and see more specific laws. You want to? Yeah.
So I'll just add. It's not a law really, but I think something that needs more implementation. Okay, and because we are on the subject of DEI, I'll stay on that. Yes. Not going out of syllabus for the fact leader. Okay. I think what is important is in terms of implementing the DEI is one, let's focus on the merit. And second, let's not put people just because they fit the mold, but let's put people because they have the capability to excel. So I think that's implementation of the law for me.
Okay. And yeah.
So good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Shruti Naikwadi from DM and BA2. So good afternoon to you all. Thank you for your valuable insights throughout the session. I would like to ask that, as you mentioned, that you have to raise voice for yourself in institution. But as you know, the whistleblower in Indian institute is always penalized. So it is always hard to there is a one sense of I might lose my job if I raise this, something is wrong in my company. So what is your take on that? How would you handle this?
Yeah, so I think I just spoke about it. We have a non-retaliation policy and we, don't judge people in Myntra for sharing their thoughts or giving some critical views. We want them to be critical so that we can explore and, become better and better and better. And I think that can only happen if people are speaking out without any fear in their mind. So we have a non-retaliation policy in our organization, and we actually, it's not just about having it, but we actually, have that in a sense also.
You said you're Shruti. Yeah. So I think Shruti, raising voice does not mean raising it only for something that's going wrong, right? You have to be able to speak up. You have to be able to leverage your voice even at the simplest. I'll give you the most simple example. When there is a morning meeting happening, do I have the courage to say that, okay, you are asking me to go for this meeting, I can't because my plate is full, right? Even that simple of a thing, are we comfortable to do that? And honestly, I'll tell you, a lot of people don't. Okay, so raising voice need not necessarily mean go up to that last stage of whistleblowing. That's really, really far away. Okay, so don't think about it at that extreme. When you are on a learning curve, just say, okay, can I go and voice my opinion? Can I speak out? Not to maybe the board, right? But in my team, in my circle. Yeah, that is also leveraging voice.
I still remember Priyanka Sinha of, I think, 2008. I had graduated from ICFI Mumbai, ICFI Business School Mumbai in 2008. And like you people are having a talk show today, I was also one hesitant, very shy girl, sitting in the corner or somewhere without saying anything and hesitating to even ask questions. I was that Priyanka. Do you think any hesitation you are seeing now? No, right? It has come because I have developed it. Okay, I have worked on this thing. So it doesn't come naturally to everyone. Some skills are to be developed, are to be worked upon. I think you should do that so that, your voices are heard. It is not like, you are not depressed, you are not being like pulled down. So that is something you have to work upon it. Does it give you the right answer?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shruti.
Yeah, you're done. So thank you so much. So on behalf of all of us here, thank you all the ma'ams, and I extend my heartful thanks. So for all your candor and wisdom, and to the audience for your curiosity, engagement, and lot of questions that are lurking in their minds till now. So please connect all the ma'ams in LinkedIn. And you can, of course, ask for projects and things besides DEI conversations going forward. Besides this room, and you actively keep participating and be a catalyst, because Gen Zs are carrying this into your workforce. You'll be in the workforce very soon. You'll be carrying this in your workplace. So thank you, and let's continue this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Gratitude is a powerful catalyst for happiness. It's the spark that lights a fire of joy in a soul. To express our heartfelt appreciation, I now invite Professor Cyril to felicitate Ms. Aditi Atikar.
Who is it? So nice. So you to share your insights. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
I now invite Professor Tushar sir to felicitate Miss Mithila Varade.
I now invite Dr. Mayank to felicitate Miss Priyanka Sinha.
नहीं अभी मयंक सर को अभी कहा छुट्टी हाँ प्रियंका छुट्टी I now invite Professor Dhananjay Kulkarni sir to felicitate Miss Trupti Shrimali.
Shweta madam, one photo with our ADC. नहीं हम लोग बाद में एक साथ या द कंप्लीट लेडीज देखो मैं कितना क्रिटिकल सिचुएशन में मैं कर रहा हूं देखो थैंक यू मैडम थैंक यू बेटा 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 बच्चे बेटा
Knowledge, when shared, multiplies. Wisdom, knowledge, when shared, multiplies. Wisdom, when exchanged, transforms.
And today's conclave is a living embodiment of that belief, an opportunity to listen, learn, and lead with a renewed vision.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege to welcome you all to the distinguished campus of Sri Balaji University, Pune. The ambience in this auditorium radiates vibrancy, intellectual curiosity, and a collective aspiration for excellence, an ethos that epitomizes the spirit of this institution.
This afternoon stands as a momentous occasion where tradition converges with inspiration. With the gracious presence of our esteemed dignitaries and the zealous participation of our student managers, today promises to become a remarkable milestone in our shared pursuit of knowledge and growth.
I, Shrishti Patle, hailing from Nagpur, a junior student manager at Balaji Institute of Management and Human Resource Development, BIMHRD, specializing in finance.
And I, Dinesh Birmole from Mumbai, Senior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Management and Human Resource Development, BIMHRD, specializing in marketing. We are truly honored to serve as your Masters of Ceremony for this afternoon session. We extend our heartfelt welcome to our distinguished guest of honor, revered faculty members, and our fellow student managers. Your presence today augments the significance of this gathering.
Allow me this opportunity to delineate the illustrious legacy of Sri Balaji University, Pune. The academic ecosystem of SBUP transcends conventional pedagogy. Here, education is meticulously curated through intensive training modules, dynamic corporate interactions, and structured mentorship under seasoned industry stalwarts. This holistic framework does not merely prepare our student managers for the corporate arena, it equips them to excel with resilience, adaptability, and foresight. Our resolute emphasis on discipline, industry-centric exposure, and multidimensional grooming has culminated in a commendable placement record of 96.73%, affirming the university's commitment to transformative education.
We are proud to announce that Sri Balaji University Pune has been ranked in the India's Ranking 2025 Management (NIRF) under the inspirational and transformative leadership of Chancellor Professor B. Paramanandan Balasubramaniam. This recognition reinforces our dedication in shaping the careers of aspiring student managers. Further accentuating the legacy of excellence, SBUP has consistently garnered national acclaims according to the Times B School Survey 2024. SBUP has been conferred the distinction of being the #1 private university in Maharashtra and Western India. It holds the 4th rank among private universities in India. It proudly secures the 9th position among the top 100 B schools in India and 12th overall. In terms of placements, SBUP is ranked 13th among all B schools and an impressive 7th among private B schools in the India. These accolades stands as the testaments to the university's relentless pursuit of academic rigor, industry relevance, and holistic development.
It is indeed a privilege to host the distinguished speaker of the session, Mr. Ankush Arora, CHRO, TBO.com. I request Mr. Ankush to join us on the stage.
On behalf of Sri Balaji University Pune, I request Dr. Ruhi to kindly present a bouquet as a token of gratitude and respect.
And now, without further ado, it is time to draw inspiration from the words of our eminent guest. To formally introduce our distinguished speaker, I invite Junior Student Manager Nashra Sheikh to take the stage.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Nashra Sheikh from Nagpur, Maharashtra, Junior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of Management and Human Resource Development, specializing in marketing. Introducing a professional of such caliber who has consistently shaped and elevated the role of HR in business and success is a moment of pride for me. Today, we have the distinct privilege of hosting a highly accomplished and visionary leader from the world of human resources. Our guest embodies the transformation and strategic value that the HR functions bring to a global business landscape. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Mr. Ankush Arora, the Chief Human Resource Officer at TBO.com. Mr. Arora brings with him an exceptional career spanning over 2 decades, marked by success in building robust people-centric strategies for both rapidly scaling startups and large established enterprises. In his current role at TBO.com, a leading travel distribution platform, he is responsible for spearheading the firm's global people strategy, focusing on talent acquisition, employee engagement, and cultural transformation to support their accelerated growth. Throughout his illustrious career, he has pivotal HR leadership roles at major companies including Oxane Partners, Absolute Foods, Blinkit, Havells India Limited, and Jubilant Life Sciences, as well as prominent technology firms like SAP Labs and L&T Infotech. This diverse experience gives him a unique and holistic perspective on how to drive organizational advantage through people management. Sir, the stage is yours.
Yeah, you can start. This is just to keep you awake after lunch. You can scan the QR code. You can put that numeric code which is available on the top. Okay. Quick questions. Who's Jacob? And who's Vaishnavi? Who's Harsh? And I think Gigi sir is one of the favorites of the campus. Okay. So the point that I wanted to make is that when we hear the word sustainability, right, do you see a something called people, organizations, talent. We don't think beyond planting trees or making environment green, right? When we talk of sustainability. So next maybe half an hour, I will not bore you to death. Next half an hour, we'll talk about that. What is the human side of sustainability? With me on this, right? You can stop me, ask me questions anywhere. So I was listening to the very elaborative profile that somebody was reading about me. And I was thinking, God knows how many years I've been working. Itna shayad I've not even worked jitna profile mein hai. But anyways, next half an hour, let's talk about the people side of sustainability. I'm carrying some notes, so don't worry. These are self-made notes. No AI tool was harmed in making these notes. Although the presentation is not fully from AI, but yes, some AI has been used. Can we switch to the presentation? Can you go to the presenter's mode? I would. That would be helpful. Thank you so much. So we saw green, environment, trees, Mr. Jacob, Miss Vaishnavi, right? Everything was there, right?
Sir,
Thank you.
ups and down. For ups, it will be इससे आगे होगा इससे पीछे.
You still need humans to sort out the technology. Always remember that. Tech can advance wherever you want. Humans will be required. Just one click. One click. So we all saw live, when we talk sustainability, we don't think beyond green. Max will go to environment, planting trees, right? That is our image of or perception of sustainability as we speak, right? As an institute, as a university, I'm sure you also have some sustainable goals that you are chasing, right? And I'm 100% sure those are not being thought through beyond going green, showcasing environment, right? Get rid of plastics, right? Avoid using extra papers, right? I can see that. I see you are using steel bottles, right? Actually, sustainability is much more than that, right? There is a huge element of people and culture which drives sustainability. And if you ask me, if there is no element of people involved, chances of sustainability initiatives failing is as high as 70-75%. right? And if you get the leadership team involved, like for example, if I leave it only to the students to drive sustainability in Sri Balaji University, right? Success rate will not be that high. There's a reason why senior faculty, the reason why senior administration gets involved in sustainability is precisely to jack up the rates of success. So next, maybe half an hour, we'll talk about the human side of sustainability, right? We largely will talk of people, we'll talk of culture, we'll talk of values, and we'll talk of growth, right? The reason I'm emphasizing a lot on culture, values, and growth, because these are three things without which today any organization will cease to exist. You take up any organization, they will have a culture statement, they will have list of values, right? They will be chasing certain growth, right? So we will look at it all from a sustainability point of view. One more question that we need to answer is why people and culture are the two drivers of sustainable businesses. Any thoughts on this before we deep dive into the session? Why do you think people and culture are the two drivers? Why do we need people and culture to drive sustainability? Anyone? I know you guys have had a good lunch. Last rows. Yes, sir. Brilliant. If people are not involved, if your employees are not involved, if your students are not involved, right, you can't take sustainability ahead. Today, if I come from an organization which has 2,500 people, right? If they are not involved with me in driving sustainability initiatives, it will be very nicely put only in an employee handbook, nothing more than that, right? Broadly, we look at three agendas. One is why people, culture, values matter. What are the three pillars of human side of sustainability? And what are the leadership actions? See, tomorrow, all of you will step into the corporate world. 5 years down the line, you will all be leaders. I was listening to the introductions. What's the term that you use for first years? Junior managers and senior managers, right? Aman is here, he's nodding his head. He knows how much time does it take for somebody to become a senior manager in an organization, right? It takes years. But I'm happy that you are inculcating that mindset right now, right? If you are getting into that managerial mindset, right, this is something that will resonate with you. Yeah. So when we look at the human-centered sustainability, the 4 dimensions largely, out of which the 3 are very commonly known to people. You know, we talk of environment, we talk of social impact, we talk of governance, right? When we talk of environment, the first word that popped up on that Mentimeter screen was carbon footprint. Every organization has a KPI that we will reduce our carbon footprint by 25% this year. How are they going to do it? Who's going to do it? Nobody knows, right? We'll plant trees, we'll go green. Who's going to do it? How are we going to do it? Dicey affair. We talk of social. What impact my organization is having on the community? If I'm a manufacturing organization, I will adopt 1 or 2 villages. What is the impact of my products, my goods, my services on the community at large? Right? That's a social angle of sustainability. Then you have governance, right? There are regulatory authorities, there are green zones being created, your carbon footprint is being measured, right? You have KPIs now aligned. For me, the most important dimension is the people. do you have the trust of your own people when it comes to sustainability initiatives? I'm told that in MBA at Sri Balaji University, there are close to around 2,200 people, first year and second year. Is each one of them, of those 2,200 people, aligned with each and every goal when it comes to sustainability? Are we really aligned when it comes to following those principles? Right? We say no to plastics. Have we really said no to plastics? We will not use additional papers, right? We will use recycled papers, right? Have we really started doing it? Are we living it? No, we are not, right? So what does it take to live this people dimension of having the right set of people, winning their trust, and when it comes to adaptability, I meant changing their mindset. That from tomorrow onwards, I will not hail a cab. I will ride a bicycle to the university. Doable? Probably yes, but provided I have the right infrastructure. There is a right governance model. There are cycling paths which are created by the government or local administration. So none of these dimensions can work in isolation. Right? Fundamentally, what we need to do is we need to move that mindset from being a short-term profit-led mindset to a long-term resilience. Now today, if you ask me, why do companies go for plantation drives in the name of sustainability? Right? It's a good PR. You will go on your social media account, broadcast it on LinkedIn. You will get so many followers. It's a good activity for people. You do it over the weekend, right? And of course, then there is a regulatory guideline which has come to you that in this city you have to do this, right? That is a very short-term myopic vision. You need to develop a slightly longish horizon for it, which we call as a long-term resilience. Can you move on? The three broad pillars of human-centric sustainability. One is your culture. When I say culture, I'm speaking with respect to an organization today. So it's the organization culture that we're talking about. We are talking of organizational values, and then we talk of the growth. Now, when we look at these three things from a sustainability point of view, what does culture drives? Culture helps us in terms of determining a value. It's the how part of my value. How am I living my values? Right. It gives you the lens through which you view sustainability from an organization point of view. We all know values, corporate values. What are the values of Sri Balaji University? Discipline, dedication, determination. Have you tried linking it to sustainability? Take a minute. I did that homework half an hour back. What does discipline teaches you? You become good at execution. If you're disciplined, right? Again, Aman can resonate. He's an ex-army guy. His life was only discipline. That's the only D that you learn in the forge, right? It's discipline. You get bloody good at execution. You perform better, right? Now, put it in a sustainability lens. If there is a reasonable amount of discipline when it comes to achieving your sustainable goals, right? You'll perform better. You'll execute. What's the second value? Dedication. What does dedication teach you? Why are you dedicated to a certain thing. For attendance? I know 90% attendance is compulsory here, but yeah. So what does dedication teaches you? Consistency, ability to keep going. It gives you a purpose. It gives you goal orientation. It gives you not to give up on something when things go wrong. Commitment, right? Now look at it from a sustainability point of view. If your purpose is aligned to sustainability, if you are dedicated to sustainability, and there is discipline, you will perform better, you will execute better, goals will be achieved, right? So dedication, discipline. What's the third value? What does determination teaches you? Focus, overcoming barriers, overcoming challenges. Again, put it in a sustainability lens. Do I really need a regulation for me to go out and be sustainable? Do I really need some authority to come and tell me that we all should become sustainable businesses? Right? If I'm dedicated, if I'm disciplined, if I'm determined, it will all come from within. Once it starts internalizing, that is where magic happens. That is where you move from a short-term profit vision to a long-term resilience vision. Clear? With me on this? Now let's look at culture. What does organization culture stand for? Anyone? People in HR will definitely have some 3-page answer for this, but very crisp answer from anyone. What does organization culture stand for? Okay, let me rephrase. What is the culture at Sri Balaji University? I know there was a panel discussion on diversity, but this probably can be an interview question for you. Huh? What is the culture at Sri Balaji University? Values are drivers of the culture, not the culture. To show up every day. All are equal. Okay. Equality you mean. Okay. Problems are opportunities. Too much of philosophy in the room, huh? Which is not good. You guys are all suited, booted, and you can't talk like philosophers. You need to talk like consultants. Do we have an open culture at Sri Balaji? Okay, how many say yes and how many say no? Saying no will not attract any penalties. Okay, imagine your faculty is not here. Do we have an open culture in Balaji? Okay. So, how you describe the culture of the organization is that how an organization behaves, how an organization reacts, or even in certain cases, organization is proactive, how the organization thinks, right? That embodies the culture of the organization. Now that culture can be influenced by a lot of things. One of the big things is the values. So if you are a student at Sri Balaji University, how are you thinking? About anything, about your classes, about your subjects, about your faculty, about your friends, right? only taking attendance. Attendance, I know, is a pain point, but it's okay. Every college has it. And it's adding to the discipline part of it, right? It will help you. So when we talk of culture, right, how does culture helps you as an employee, as a student, as a faculty member? Why should I believe in that culture? To resonate with the organization. So for that, you need absolute clarity that what does my organization stands for, right? That culture will push you closer to the organization. It will force you to either learn or unlearn or relearn. Something that you have learned in the past probably will not resonate with the current organization. You will have to let it go and learn something new. It could be a new skill. It could be a new thought process. It could be a new way of working. Right? Let's come to values. So if you have to define values, what does value stand for? Like you have discipline, dedication, and determination. What was the thought process behind these three words? You have a lot of organizations which have integrity, ethics, care, customer centricity, right? Honesty. These are the values that a lot of organizations have, right? But why? What is the need for values? Why do I need values? Do we all have values? Some values we inherit from our parents and grandparents genetically. Those get passed on to us, right? Then when we enter into an institution or an organization, we are introduced to the organizational values, right? Now look at it from a sustainability point of view. Why do I need values to drive sustainability? Any thoughts? To make? Partly correct. How will you make decisions better? How will you decide something that this needs to be done or this need not be done? So values are your moral compass. So tomorrow if somebody asks you, what are values? Values are your moral compass, which is your guiding light. Slightly theoretical, slightly philosophical, but that's how values are, which are very core to an institute, to an organization, right? Like Sri Balaji University stands for discipline, dedication, and determination. There is a reason why it is right below your logo, right? It is not mentioned in page 32 of your brochure, right? It is right below your logo, correct? Right? Now, if it is occupying that important real estate, which is right next to your logo, right? It means something. You resonate with it. Or let me say, you are supposed to resonate with it. Anyone who's part of Sri Balaji ecosystem should resonate with those three values, because that is what this institute stands for. Similarly, every organization has a set of values, right? Now, when we look at from a sustainability point of view, how does organization become sustainable, right? Mentioning 6 or 7 values, describing them, behaviors, right? Not good enough. Are you actually living those values? A lot of companies talk about customer centricity. Customer is the king, right? And you go to the social media page of that organization, you will find customer complaints on social media. You know, this company is a cheat, they are frauds, they don't refund money on time. Now, is that customer centricity in its true sense? Right? Which means we are not living the values. It's very easier said than done, right? Living the value, it's very easier said than done. Easy to put it out in a nice glossy paper, make posters of it on every wall. But when it comes to living the values, it's extremely difficult. You need some real solid execution, behavioral change, mindset change when it comes to living the values. Any questions so far? Next. Growth. So when we talk of organizational growth, what does it mean? Profits? Progress. Progress is a very subjective and deep word. What do you mean by progress? Progress, growth, growth, progress. Come again? Enhancing the current status of, how will you determine that? Which specialization you are from? HR. Anyone from finance? See? Market capitalization, EBITDA, profit. These are classical finance answers, right? You have to marry the two. Not literally get married, but marry the two answers. When we talk of growth, right? Growth is much more than the financial numbers, right? Profit zaruri hai. It's mandatory. That's why we exist. That's why organizations exist. If organizations stop making money, they will not come to campus for hiring people, right? Profits are necessary. Organizations are in the business of making profits. But when we put it from a sustainability point of view, the people dimension come in. Is only the organization growing or my people also grow? Right? Now, how do people grow? Bare minimum basic hygiene requirement. You have to align with the values and organization culture. But still, how will you grow? Again, that's an output. How will you grow in your career? Learning new things. What else? Implementing experience. You're also from HR? Marketing. Motivation and discipline. Okay. Growth in income. See, smart girl. If you don't have the resources, whatever you all said will not work. If I'm 50 lakhs in debt, will I go to ISB to study something? Probably no. Will I be motivated? Will I take every day a new step forward? No. Right? Again, I'm saying when we look at sustainability, when we look at growth, it has to have the softer people element. It has to have rock solid financial matrix. Both have to operate hand in hand. Right? That's why the first point, ESG. You know the word ESG? Right? ESG has to tie up with your business goals. Then only it will make sense for a holistic growth. Right? Then only I'll take one step daily forward. Make sense? Okay. How does it translate to leadership? So tomorrow all of you are going to be the leaders of tomorrow, right? Always be faced with certain dilemmas, right? Read the last one, compliance versus commitment. Which one is important? Can you be committed without compliance? And can you be compliant without commitment? Right? Now imagine a scenario where you are committed to sustainability and the organization is 500 crores loss half yearly, right? You want to stay committed? Now these are the dilemmas that as a leader you will face in your life, right? On one hand, you claim that you are a continuous equal opportunity employer where a lot of learning opportunities are there for people, right? And on the other hand, the directive comes that you have to trim your manpower by 50%. Again, a dilemma, right? So when we talk of profitability versus purpose, we talk of purpose. The purpose of the organization is to be a sustainable service provider in the certain domain, right? We are not profitable yet. We are burning investors' money. We are making huge losses. Do you still remain committed to your purpose? Difficult, right? Right? But that's what great organizations do. They will never leave the purpose behind. They may skip it or put it on a back burner for a while, but they will never leave the purpose behind. Just to summarize, this probably is the last or the second last slide. So what does culture teach us? Belonging and agility. We all know what agility is. Agile thinking, agile setups, we all know. Great. Values teach us trust and ethics. And growth comes with resilience and adaptability. So when we say growth, what did we discuss? It has to have the human angle and the financial angle. It has to marry the two. Otherwise, it is not a sustainable growth. Are we good to go on this? Sustainability is human, right? And that is what great organizations do. They will take care of the people, who in turn will take care of the organization and the planet. My sincere thanks to Lavanya, Shreya Mahajan, and Shresh. They've been like, what do you call the word? ADC, right? Thank you so much for all the hospitality. Last time I was here in 2019 and Bala sir was there very much at that time. God bless his soul. But it's a pleasure and a privilege to be here again. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. Attendance का चिंता मत करो, होता है हर जगह. Any questions that I can answer now? Anyone? Yes, ma'am. It is. If not a competitive advantage, it has definitely become a differentiating factor between the organizations. And thanks to your generation, which is your Gen Z, right? Thanks to Gen Z, the questions are being asked that what are you doing as an organization for creating impact on sustainability? I've had, technical coders ask this question that when I'm part of this team, I'm going to write a piece of code. What is going to be the impact of this code on the community at large? Now, this is your generation thinking, right? I know a lot of people have very different views on Gen Z, but the good thing about Gen Z is your generation is that they ask tough questions, right? Which forces, gray-haired people like me to think and organizations to think modify their approach, their practices, their SOPs, right? And make them align with the vision that the organization is entailing, right? To cut short your answer, it is definitely a differentiating factor. It is becoming a competitive factor for sure. Does that answer? Yeah. Anyone else? Cool. Thank you so much again.
That was indeed a thought-provoking session. Thank you, sir, for your profound insights and for broadening our intellectual horizons.
As it is often said, gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. To manifest our appreciation, I now invite Dr. Cyril to present a token of gratitude.
Thank you so much, sir. We are privileged to have with us today a distinguished and dynamic personality, Colonel Amandeep Jain. I request Colonel Jain to join us on the stage and enlighten us.
What do you say? Here, I'm like
I may now call upon stage Professor Dhananjay to welcome Mr. Amandeep with a token of appreciation and respect.
I now invite Junior Student Manager Nashra Sheikh to introduce our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Amandeep Jain, EVP Testing, Adani Connects.
It is my privilege to introduce to you a distinguished professional whose career reflects an extraordinary blend of discipline, leadership, and corporate excellence, Colonel Amandeep Jain. Colonel Jain is currently serving as the Associate Vice President, Testing and Commissioning at Adani Connects. where he is responsible for leading high-value projects that ensure the successful commissioning and delivery of mission-critical data center infrastructure across the country. His role involves not only technical oversight but also strategic coordination across teams to guarantee efficiency, safety, and quality at every stage of project life cycle. Before moving into this domain, he contributed as the General Manager, Group Talent of Adani Group, where he was instrumental in talent management, driving leadership development programs for CXOs across multiple Adani businesses, strengthening organizational capabilities and preparing leaders to meet the demands of rapidly evolving business landscape. Before stepping into the corporate world, Colonel Jain dedicated over 21 years of exemplary service in the Indian Army. During his tenure, he held prestigious appointments including Colonel Instructor of a tank fighting school, Commanding Officer of Assault Engineering Regiment, and Director of Operations at Army Headquarters. In these capacities, he coordinated the deployment of teams for United Nations missions, oversaw intelligence synthesis and managed administration, joint training and international forces operations management and project development. He has also participated in counter-insurgency operations in the J&K while serving in a special force unit. He is an alumnus of the prestigious National Defence Academy, the Defence Service Staff College, Wellington, and the Indian School of Business. His journey is a remarkable example of how military precision and discipline can seamlessly integrate into corporate leadership, driving impact both in people management and operation excellence. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Colonel Amandeep Jain. Sir, the stage is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? So those who can hear me, raise your right hand up. All right, I think everyone can hear me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do you know what's a graveyard shift? Sorry? So graveyard shift is a shift immediately after lunch when you would have had a sumptuous meal and would be feeling closer to God, looking to meditate, especially in this fantastic environment which we have in this auditorium. But I think Ankush, he's not here in the audience. Ankush did a very fine job in keeping you awake and managing your attention. But there's one more shift which is after the graveyard shift. Which is that one? With the last speaker of the day. And I'm the lucky one. And I stand between you and your rest of the evening on a Saturday in Pune. So, all right. So I understand the challenge, but don't worry. I'll make sure the next 20 minutes are the most memorable 20 minutes of the day. So stay with me. Let's have some fun and let's talk. Okay. But before that, I would like to thank Professor Anand, Dr. Gopalkrishnan, and all the faculty members of your prestigious institute to have invited me over here to speak to young talent, young minds of our country. It's a pleasure to be here and thank you so much for getting me over. At the same time, I would also like to thank Professor Shreya and the team for necessary support, and your colleague who spoke, I think, a little too much. I would take it with a pinch of salt. All right, I won't trust all that she said. Okay, so with the pleasantries out of the way, let's come to brass tacks. Do you understand what you mean by the word rationing? Rations, rationing? Any guesses? I think we set the ground rules, right? Oh, by the way, that reminds me, someone had a question regarding discipline. Some thoughts around discipline. Park that question. We will speak about it after this talk is over. I think there was also a question around something not having, something culture, something said, no? maybe I will not touch too much about it, but I will still touch something on that at the end of this talk. Okay. All right. Coming back to rationing. So rationing is basically controlling distribution of a resource. And in the armed forces, everything is controlled. Whether it's the ammunition you need to fight, whether it's the fuel which you burn, the food which you eat, or even water which you get to drink. Even today, the scales of water is just 5 liters per man per day. And that's what you need for the entire day, for everything. Similarly, these resources are also, why do you have these control measures on these resources? Any guesses? Sorry? These resources are essential to fight, but they're in short supply. Hence, you need a control. Similarly, in our lives, the time we have, the energy we have, the resources we have, or the number of people we have in the companies, in our teams, in our organization is also essential, but in short supply. So we need control measures. You would have heard or read or maybe seen some operations which were ongoing and possibly the commander was taken off, yet the operations were on. Any recent example which comes to your mind from your time? Sorry? Go a little back. Operation Sindoor was not a classical example in terms of an operation being led. Anyone heard of 2611? What happened in 2611? One person, one voice. Yeah, but what more? Okay, so there was an attack on Taj. There was an energy team which went in to clear Taj. All right. Who was the officer leading? Major Sandeep Unikrishnan Ashok Chakra posthumous. This officer was leading that mission. While that mission was in progress, he was a casualty. But the mission still went on. And it was completed. Why? Because in the army, you have a very clear chain of command. You have very well practiced drills and rehearsals. And you have very clear defined SOPs, which make sure that the mission continues no matter if the leader is there or not there. Okay? How do you ensure, like you mentioned about Op Sindoor, defense forces spend a colossal amount of money in training people, in upskilling people, so that they can operate complex weapon systems. How does army ensure that that knowledge does not retire with that person when he moves out of the door? So there is a process behind it. We're going to talk about that also. Okay? To a lot of people, I think Ankush also mentioned, to a lot of people, sustainability has got something to do with ecology, environment, carbon footprint. That's true, but it's incomplete. Actual sustainability is people independent and system dependent processes. A resilient design when able to execute work or a mission continuously without failure. You are able to plan, deploy and utilize resources with them being not wasted and being utilized very skillfully. Obviously, this requires a lot of training. This is a challenge, and that is the challenge what we need to strive for. Now, I hear a lot of hum about technology coming in. So technologies will be there, but how do you leverage technologies? More often than not, we look at these technologies as what? As our certifications to flash on the LinkedIn page as our brand ambassadors. We should be looking at these technologies as something which can help us design processes, design systems which are able to run on their own without fail. And as future professionals, I would say MBA professionals and HR professionals in the companies and organization which you will join, it will be your responsibility because you will be the architects to ensure sustenance of that organization. So for me, sustenance is continuity. How do you ensure continuity of the organization which you will join? And I will build upon that argument with a couple of examples. Have the slide loaded? Okay, go next. All right. Promise no text, okay? Just photographs. So anyone can tell me what this photograph is all about? Soldier where? Which border does it look like? Thanks to Operation Sindoor, at least we know which side of the border is deserts. Okay. So yes, this is a soldier which is standing guard on a western border, somewhere in Rajasthan, where temperatures in summers go as high as 50 and in winters maybe even touch 0. How many from Rajasthan in the audience? Very nice. So who am I talking? I think you guys know it much better. Lovely. Okay. So this, please, only talking to me. And discipline is one of your virtues, right? Okay. So what happens, this man who's standing at the border, his sole job is to guard the border, to prevent any intrusion, to watch any drones coming from other side. So what happens if this man continues to this job, let's say for 24 hours? Sorry? Okay, fatigue. Fatigue will set in. And what happens when fatigue sets in? Sorry? He will make mistakes. And when he makes mistakes, lives will be lost. Because that is how you pay a price of mistakes in the armed forces. So how do you prevent this thing from not happening? You have a very clear system of rotation, wherein when this guy or soldier is on guard, before his set time gets over, a next for relief comes in, does a slight bit of hand taking over, and the next person takes his place. Supposing both of them are not doing well or either one of them not feeling well, a replacement comes in. This system of rotation works effortlessly all across units around the world, 365 days a year. That's process. That's sustainability, which is not dependent on stamina, but on a system and a process. And I'm going to just hammer these points about sustainability so that you understand what I'm trying to hint at the end of the talk. Go next. Go back. Okay. Any guesses what this picture? It's an old picture of First World War. What are these guys doing? So in today's time also, this what they're doing actually is they're drawing water from a water tank because they want to drink. But in today's time also you have mobile kitchen lorries which are much more versatile, much more robust, and it's like a mobile kitchen which move behind troops. It gets deployed. There are obviously, I mentioned about resources, so it's sufficiently kitted and it can, let's say, approximately cook for 30 days of rations. And this mobile lorry, you also have some cooks who make food. But on top of these cooks, you also have one more appointment. He goes by the name of Mess NCO, Mess Non-Commissioned Officer. His sole job is to ensure control on those resources. Okay. You lose that control, these resources will not even last 20 days. But just because of this gentleman being sitting there, he's able to ensure how much to prepare, when to prepare, and how long to sustain. So resource planning is not about heroes. Resource planning is very clear, meticulous system of log, audit, and discipline. He logs every day's activities, he audits it on a periodic basis, and disciplinarily follows down the cycle. And there have been instances in past when forward posts have cut off, but have been able to sustain themselves for a very long duration of time, very much beyond 30 days. Why? Because of this control measure. Okay? So far with me? Okay. The point I'm trying to make is sustainability is not about endless resources. Sustainability is about having right control measures in place so that resources are not wasted and they're utilized judiciously and efficiently. Go next. Okay. Can anyone tell me what you see in this picture? Louder. Communication. Sorry? Teamwork, communication. Okay. So the center point of the photograph is a gentleman who's having a radio set. Generally in such scenarios, please, quiet. Generally, in these scenarios, you have a small body of squads of 4 men, 5 men, and within them there's a radio set there for inter-team communication. But this particular person who's holding the radio set, he works with the commander of this mission, and his sole job is to communicate with the higher formations, with the lower formations, and the neighboring units, so that he can give that information to the commander and he's able to get a battlefield situational awareness as to what's happening around him. So isn't he the key man in the battle? So what happens if he gets taken off? Sorry? So how do you overcome that? Sorry? Simple question. This guy taken off, how do you overcome that problem? Sorry? So you train more people in such critical skills. Point is, you train more people skills. Okay? That gives me a personal example. This was about 20 odd years back when we were part of a unit, and there was this Air Force exercise going on, wherein Air Force helicopters were practicing low altitude nape of earth flying, and the entire training mission for the Air Force team was to pick up a body of troops, drop them in middle of a jungle, practice deployment at night, and we were those troops who were jumping out of the helicopters at point A to point B, and thereafter there's supposed to be a second helicopter which is supposed to come in, pick us up, and take us back to the start point. Scenario understood? So this was the training mission which we were part of, and a normal routine training activity. So when the helicopter flies, you have a pilot and you have a co-pilot, and the co-pilot is the one who is doing the navigation for the pilot, and this helicopter obviously flies extremely low, just above tree level, because they want to go as close to ground as possible. So while one of these sorties was going, in my squad I had a scout. A scout is a gentleman who walks in front, whose sole job, he's actually the eyes and ears of the entire squad. I saw this man carrying a map in his hand, and he was also doing a point-to-point navigation while a helicopter was in flight at night. So this act of his reinforced that belief that we were, as a team of 10 men who were in that helicopter at that point in time, we were not dependent on one navigator, that is the helicopter navigator. We also had a navigator inside our own team. That supposingly that helicopter pilot or the crew is not there, then at least we have a navigator among us who can take us back safely to the drop zone. The point I'm trying to make is that to sustain, you can't have heroes. You have to have cross-skilling of teams. You have to have people as fungible as money. What do you understand by that when I say this? You need to have people as fungible as money. Who can explain that sentence? Sorry? You have a 100-rupee note. Can I buy ice cream with it? Can I book a cab with it? Can I go to hospital with it and pay a hospital bill or buy medicine? 100 rupees, some discipline or something I can buy. So it's a fungible item. With a single 100-rupee note, I can do multiple things. So you need to have skills which make you fungible. In today's time, you need fungible skills so that you are not an expert, you can be adapted and utilized at multiple places. So far so good? Okay, go next. Who can tell me what is this? Sorry? The thirsty crow. And who can give me the thirsty crow story? Anyone? No, this is a simple thirsty crow story. Go ahead, take a try.
But the water level was very low, so he couldn't drink the water. So what he did, he picked up the pebbles nearby and put into that. The water level rose and ran.
Lovely. Round of applause for her. What's your name again? Asna. Thank you so much, Asna. Lovely. So thank God that the crow had read the Archimedes principle of buoyancy and knew how to quench his thirst. That reminds me of one more incident. This was almost about 2.5 decades back during my engineering days. So we were all doing civil engineering. And civil engineering, the first year, we were 40 of us in that batch. And the first semester is a common one. Electrical and mechanical, civil engineers, we all together in one batch. After the first semester, we were supposed to be split up, and few of us would continue in civil engineering, while the rest of us were supposed to go for electrical engineering. And electrical engineering is all about studies. Civil engineering is a little bit easy and relaxed. So when the professors, like the ones who are sitting in the first row, asked after the end of first semester that who all want to volunteer for electrical engineering, all our hands were like tightly locked, that even if you try to raise my hand, I'm not going to opt for electrical engineering. Okay? That's how clear we were. Professors are professors, they're smart, that's why they're professors. So what he did very simply, he drafted a nominal roll of 1 to 40 in decreasing order of our semester marks. So he had a nominal roll of 40 people ready, and then he split us into a simple divide and rule policy, where he split us into blocks of 4 each. And then he had 4 chits on the table. On 3 chits, he had C for civil, and in 1 chit, he had E for electrical written. And he would call the first block of 4 officers, throw the chits in front of us, and we'll quickly grab 1 chit, look at it very carefully. It's supposed to be in C, but why it looks like an E, I don't know. And the moment it's C, I used to flash it on as a C, I'm a civil engineer. I was very happy that life is sorted. I'm a civil engineer now, and those electrical engineers can continue to run behind electrons and study, but my life is sorted. What I didn't know, that 20-25 years down the line, I will be in a job which is hardcore testing and commissioning of data centers, hardcore mechanical, hardcore electrical. Morning 5:30, I'm reading vapor compression cycles and how do compressors work, and during the rest of the day, I'm trying to figure out how does automatic transfer switches or circuit breakers or high voltage systems work. What I'm trying to say is learning never ends. In today's world, you cannot outrun your competition. You can only outread your competition. One has to be the learning crow. That is the only way forward. Ladies and gentlemen, in my almost 2.5 decades of service in the army, I have seen numerous missions succeed, not because we had 1 brilliant soldier in our team. The mission succeeded because we had very clear defined systems and processes in place which ensured that the mission comes first and mission continues no matter who steps in or who steps out. In my present role in data centers, when we're building the digital backbone for India and ensuring the digital heartbeat remains alive, we are not dependent on one odd servers to keep this heartbeat alive. We are building systems which are resilient, which are fail-safe, which are redundant. In the corporate world, that responsibility lies on all of you. As HR professionals, as young MBA professionals, as finance guys, as marketing guys, it is your responsibility to be the architects for the organizations you will join and to ensure that they are sustained and relevant forever. You know what's the meaning of a key man risk? What's a key man risk? What is a key man risk? Who's heard of Mr. Ratan Tata? Relying on one particular person. So, Mr. Ratan Tata passed away a few months back. Did Tata Group collapse? It has possibly risen even better. And Tata Motors has recently been valued as the number 2 market after Maruti. because he ensured that the system and process was so clear that Tatas never face a key man risk. So your job is to ensure that no organization faces a key man risk. You will design systems and processes which will ensure that the learning in an organization does not retire the moment a person walks out of the door. You will write the script for succession planning in an organization and also make sure that a culture for learning is there in any organization. You will also be responsible to ensure that no one is overburdened and burn out, and make sure that the organization is resilient. Because the truth is, leaders will come and go, technologies will continue to evolve, but the system and processes which you people will define will ensure an organization will sustain for generations to come. So I think that's the last line I have. Remember, when you go out and join your respective organizations, make sure that you're not only driving processes, you're safeguarding the continuity of the organization itself. All right, with that, I come to an end. Thank you so much. As promised, 20 minutes. I'll take on a few questions and that discipline one and culture one later, but first one, anything else around the talk? Any questions? Come on, we still have 10 minutes to go before 4:30, huh?
मैं पूछता हूँ सर ने मेरे को जवाब नहीं दिया लास्ट वाले सर उसको भूल गया
All good? All right, thanks. I'll take on the part of the discipline. So, while you will feel this pain of discipline in this institute, I am very happy that this is being bred as a culture in this organization, in this particular institute. Why? Because the moment you move on from here to the corporate side, which is very, very short duration, this one key element, every manager, every team leader is looking for in the talent of discipline, because either people don't come on time, or people don't come, or they want to go back early, or they don't want to finish a job. What do you want in a young person you're working with? Sense of responsibility and sense of ownership. That if I given a job to someone, I know it, he or she will own it, execute it, finish it, and come back. That is what this institute is trying to teach you. So this value might pain you at the moment, but very soon you will realize this value. And I think there was a big no around what part? Open culture. What do you mean by open culture? Just for my understanding. Sorry? What do you mean by open culture?
All the point of all the point of views are
Okay, and you feel it's still more college-ish, where you have a lecturer and a student? You don't have to say yes, but I get it, okay. I'm not justifying that it should be there, but what I will still tell you, that while we look for that openness, or we are seeking that openness culture, I think the companies which we are joining at the moment, that companies still respect a little bit of distance, a little bit of, I would say, unfamiliarity, familiarity. All right. While I would want to know a colleague, I would want to go out for what do you have, office activities, non-office activities, yet you would still want to maintain a slight distance. I think that is what is still being very much taught through in this organization. Open cultures, I think it's like a story which says very colloquially in army, when in Rome, live like Romans. So depending upon the company which you join, follow the culture of that company which you will learn. But what this institute is trying to teach you is the very basic, which is not correct. Okay? That is what this institute is trying to teach you. To follow that and stick to it. It will take you a little farther. All right. Anything else? Anyone else wants to share anything? Yes, please.
Sir, I have a question. My name is Sahil Shrivastava from BIMHRD Marketing. Okay. Sir, my question is, if we keep consistent in one way or one path, learning multiple skills, but somewhere we lost track of how to unlearn something that is not in our use. So, moving forward, sometimes we carry those things which are not needed. So, sir, how to deal with that? Some skills we don't need in our future.
I really don't know how to answer that. Please sit, but I will tell you maybe what I can say is 25 years I've been in army. So it's very difficult to take out army out of me. It's not happening. And I'm joining a company where we have maybe people younger than me, senior to me. So I think it's more about one needs to be adaptive to adjust to those changes and accept that this what needs to change. Like we've talked about culture. So I think unlearning is difficult. I really don't know how to answer your question, but I think one needs to be adaptable to address it. That's it. Okay. Anything else? Thank you so much. It was wonderful talking to you, and thanks for your attention. Good evening.
That was indeed a thought-provoking session. Thank you, sir, for your profound insights and for broadening our intellectual horizons. In acknowledgement of your invaluable time, wisdom, and presence, sir, we take pride in presenting a token of gratitude. I now invite Dr. Shilpa to present our guest with memento.
I invite Senior Student Manager Ayush Gupta to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dinesh. Good evening, everyone. It is truly an honor to stand before you today as we bring this remarkable 20th Conclave Adhisthan to a close. On behalf of the entire Student Council and Organizing Committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who has contributed to making this conclave a grand success. This year's theme, Shaping a Sustainable, Inclusive, Technology-Driven Future of Business, is not just a topic or discussion, but a call to action for all of us, future leaders, innovators, and change makers. Through the insightful session, powerful keynotes, and thought-provoking discussions, we have gained new perspective on how business can thrive while being responsible to people, society, and the planet. I would like to express our deepest thanks to our esteemed speakers and panelists for sharing their wisdom, experiences, and futuristic insights with us. Your words have not only enlightened us, but inspired us to rethink our roles in shaping the future of business. To our respected director, faculty members, and distinguished guests, thank you for your constant encouragement, guidance, and support. A very special word of appreciation goes to student organization team. Your tireless efforts, coordination, and commitment are what turned this conclave into a memorable milestone. And finally, to the audience, our peers, alumni, and participants, thank you for your enthusiasm and engagement. It is your curiosity and energy that made every discussion more meaningful. As we conclude, let us carry forward the learning and the spirit of Adhisthan into our future endeavors. May we always strive for a business world that is sustainable, inclusive, and technology driven. And may we together be the architect of better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you everyone for your gracious presence and patient listening.